states that have names that are only 4 letters long. Let's see if you know all 3 of them. And our first caller in this morning, I believe, yes, it is Melissa. So let's go to her. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys.
All right, Melissa, we're putting you on the spot. 3 states that have names that are only 4 letters long. What are they?
Utah, Ohio, and Iowa.
You are correct. One moment, Melissa. I'm going to give you a $50 Dave & Buster's gift card. Summer's better in the greatest indoors at Dave & Buster's, where you can play 10 new games like Wicked Tuna, Dodgeball, and Top Gun Maverick Virtual Reality. Plus, enjoy 7 new chef-crafted menu items like the Spicy Taco Burger and Spiked Black Cherry Limeade. You can visit one of their 2 Philadelphia locations. All right, I got stories for you.
Then let it rip.
It's what we do. Travis Barker has been hospitalized following an undisclosed medical issue. His wife, Courtney, was with him as he was transported to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles yesterday. He was first at West Hills Hospital for an unknown health issue and was later transported to Cedars-Sinai for additional care. Yesterday, the musician had tweeted out, "God save me," though it's currently unclear to what he is referring. Later, his daughter, Alabama, posted to her Instagram story asking people to please send your prayers. Now, just a little background on his medical issues that he's had over the years. In 2018, he was hospitalized for blood clots in his arms, forcing the band, Blink-182, to cancel a string of Las Vegas residency concerts. During that time, he also had a staph infection and cellulitis, which is a bacterial infection that can cause swelling, inflammation, and pain. Now, I have no idea at all if this is related to what he's being hospitalized for
no one
now.
knows. Oh, at least
but
we don't.
that was a pretty precarious little situation there. So it's pretty vague as to what's going on with him right now.
And everything I read, they kept just saying a mysterious condition. No one has a beat on what's happening.
There's pictures of him on a gurney being moved out. He's holding his fist up, but so we'll stay on top of the story and find out what we can and let you know when we find out. In a recent interview with Vanity Fair, Dakota Johnson opened up about her time on the set of 50 Shades of Grey. The actress revealed that she signed up to do, quote, a very different version of the film that we ended up making.
Without sex, right?
She said, "I'm a sexual person, and when I'm interested in something, I want to know so much about it. That's why I did those big naked movies." However, she said this film had its challenges. She said, "I was young. I was 23, so it was scary. It just became something crazy, and there were a lot of different disagreements." Oh, my God.
It's one of the more quiet scenes.
She said, "I haven't been able to talk about this truthfully ever because you want to promote a movie the right way, and I'm proud of what we made ultimately, and everything turns out the way it's supposed to, but it was tricky." And when asked if she ever regretted starring in the franchise, she said, "If I had known at the time that's what it was going to be like, I don't think anyone would have done it. It would have been like, oh, this is psychotic. But no, I don't regret it."
So no, and that's a wise approach to it. It gave her a lot of exposure, pun intended. But the first one, I was surprised that it did go as far as it did. Like they really delved into that world. But she was a perfect choice, and Jamie Dornan was a perfect choice, at least from what I understand the way the characters were done. But they went to that well 3 times.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? That you consider this enough material for 3 movies?
I never saw any of them.
Yeah.
Well, were there 3 books?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm saying, I was like, man, oh man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Enough.
People were going to see it.
well, yeah, it was a gold mine.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's, of course, why they were going back to it because especially the ladies
Not enough
were-
butt stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly revealed that he attempted suicide while on the phone with Megan Fox. It happened after his father died in 2020. He says that Megan was in Bulgaria to shoot a movie, and he started getting really paranoid and felt like someone was going to kill him. And back then, he was so scared that he slept with a shotgun next to his bed.
Yeah.
And he called Megan and told her that he was freaking out and put the gun in his mouth, cocked the gun, and thankfully the shell got jammed. So
He tried.
soon afterwards, I don't know if he pulled a trigger or anything, but soon afterwards he started therapy. The story came out in his new Hulu documentary called Life in Pink, which premiered this week. He was sleeping with that gun, and one night he decided he was going to.
He did
Try
that
to
all
end it, I
while on the
guess.
phone with her?
I don't know.
I hope that's not the case because that's psychotic.
Yeah, I don't really know. So maybe they'll expand
Yeah.
more on that. By the way, speaking of Megan and she showed off her new pink. Oh, we have
Oh, come on, man.
hair change. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, my fault. I didn't
Dropping
even
the ball.
I didn't even realize it. Megan Fox showed off her new pink hairdo during the premiere of Hulu's Machine Gun Kelly Life in Pink on Monday.
She did it for the thing.
Yeah, reports that she and her fiance not only had matching pink hair, but pink nails to boot.
Do you ever see those couples? You remember, like, you'd see them a lot in high school where they're always wearing matching shirts and they do everything. It's like, come on.
Yeah. So they decided, but I
We
mean,
both had pink hair.
it was also to promote a show called
Yeah.
Life in Pink. So, that's what they went for. Leon Brown, the only child to Mary and Cody Brown from the reality TV show Sister Wives, has come out as transgender. That's the family. When Leon came out. On Tuesday, Leon shared photos of themselves to Instagram and wrote, "Here's me, definitely not having almost any of my S figured out to let you know that I am trans. My name is Leon. Or Leo. I love both, and my pronouns are they, them, and I'm finally ready to share my favorite self with the world, and that self is incredibly genderqueer, trans, and unapologetic."
I didn't really watch the show that much. So.
I've never, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Rochelle watches this sometimes.
All right.
It's the guy, it's a reality show,
Is
right?
this the patriarch? Yeah.
The guy with the beard mustache.
Right.
No, this is one of the kids.
Oh, one of the kids. All right.
But
It's Leo.
But Rochelle watches Sister Wives sometimes, and I kind of will passively catch a little bit of it, and I'm like, okay, whatever, man. But I've been telling Nick, I've been watching this Netflix series. It's a limited series. It's just 4 episodes. It's called Stay Sweet, Pray, and Obey.
Right.
And it's about the fundamentalist Latter-day Saints group, Warren Jeffs, which Steve, Under the Banner of Heaven, is loosely based on.
Oh, yeah.
And it is wild, man.
Good. I saw it pop up on the feed, and I didn't know if I should check it out. All right.
I'm 3 episodes in, and it's just blowing me away.
How many episodes did you say?
There's 4.
Just 4.
That's
all
it.
right.
Yeah, they're an hour long, and it's like documentary style.
Yeah.
Is essentially what it is. But I highly recommend it if you've been curious about that type of thing. So, all right, moving on to some other stories. Chris Pratt opened up to Men's Health about the backlash he received last year for a Just Because post he made for his wife, Katherine Schwarzenegger Pratt. The Jurassic Park actor said people's responses bothered him and that he even cried about it. So he was criticized for writing in honor of Schwarzenegger, and this is what he wrote. "She's giving me an amazing life, a gorgeous, healthy daughter. She chews so loudly that sometimes I put my earbuds to drown it out, but that's love." And fans thought the healthy daughter comment was a slight to his ex-wife, Anna Faris, since her 9-year-old son, Jack, was born prematurely and experienced a number of health issues. That's just silly, obviously. It's just silly.
Such a scumbag.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? So he said, I said something like, "Find someone who looks at you the way and he's kind of paraphrasing what he wrote.
Right.
Okay, so he says, and I'm so thankful for my wife. She gave me this beautiful, healthy daughter. And he goes, and then a bunch of articles came out and said that's so cringeworthy. And I can't believe Chris Pratt would thank her for a healthy daughter when his first child was born premature. That's such a dig at his ex-wife. And he said, I'm like, this is effed up. My son's going to read that one day. He's 9, and it's etched in digital stone. It really effing bothered me, dude. I cried about it. I was like, I hate these blessings in my life, these blessings in my life to the people who are close to me, a real burden. So it's at that point,
Let it go.
Yeah, I guess you're going to have to.
Follow the Frozen rule.
Let it
Let
go.
it
If
go.
you will. But I mean, clearly, you don't even have to defend that.
No.
It's like, don't we all hope for, if we're going to have a child, that the child is healthy? It's not knocking kids who aren't healthy. It's just you hope for a human being to not have to deal
I think
with the things that they would
we
have
all
to deal
kind of
with.
realize that. You know who doesn't realize that?
Idiots.
Trolls.
Yeah, trolls and idiots.
Right. So that's the deal. And then they're the first to hop on and start sending out stuff.
And I can understand your, you yourself can be a bit of an exposed nerve when you hear things like that. But if
You gotta let it go.
If you can have the presence of mind to just say, they're idiots.
Yeah. And he followed up and he said, what I really meant is that this daughter's much better than my son.
That's okay. Now we have clarification.
And honestly, a vast improvement. My semen must have been off at that time.
Well, at least he's blaming himself and not Anna.
Faris. Don't blame him for he's effed up, but it's not his fault.
The Bachelorette alum, Cam Ayala, is opening up about his recovery after undergoing leg amputation surgery.
What?
Okay, so I wasn't, I don't know all these people, but this story kind of piqued my interest.
You're more sister wife.
Yeah. The 32-year-old took to Instagram and posted a series of photos and videos showing him all smiles as he recovered from losing his right leg.
Oh, man.
In one of the videos he posted, I guess it's Ayala, A-Y-A-L-A is how you say his last name, or how you spell it. Ayala's seen using a walker with the help of his doctors and friend, records the progress. After he walks back to his hospital room, the friend can be heard telling him, good job. Now, Ayala previously disclosed in a Christmas...
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Wow.
You said Walker.
Oh, okay. 2018 Instagram post that he was diagnosed with lymphedema. The Mayo Clinic explains that lymphedema occurs when tissue swells as a result of a buildup of fluid that is usually drained through the body's lymphatic system. Ayala, who appeared during Hannah Brown's season and earned her first impression rose, said that he was diagnosed with lymphedema back in 2002, but never wanted to make it public because I never wanted sympathy or people to feel sorry for me. Well, he said, I was told by dozens of doctors and specialists that I would never be able to play competitive sports and that I would have to manage this condition for the rest of my life. Over a decade after that diagnosis, he revealed on the same Instagram post that he suffered an infection in 2014 in his right knee. The infection led to 13 surgical procedures, and that the only consensus that the doctors came to was amputation. At the time, he said that he thought the thought of losing his right leg gave him crippling fear and anxiety. Ultimately, doctors at Boston Children's Hospital performed a diagnostic procedure that saved his leg from amputation in 2016, but fast forward to now, they had to take it off, and but apparently he's taking it in stride.
Man, I saw
more determined than ever to overcome the challenge.
I saw a quick little interview with him, Preston, and great attitude.
Well, that's good.
And he has it. It's at the point of the knee, a little bit above the knee. So they have, he can definitely wear an artificial
prosthetic.
I'd get one of those springy suckers.
Yep.
They were really cool.
Steve, he posted a video right before the amputation, too, and it just talks about, this is my last workout with two legs.
Yeah.
And then, but he's got like this rebirth in front of him.
Yeah.
And it's a really impressive attitude. My grandmother had both of her legs amputated. She had cancer in the hip bone.
Did she have prosthetics?
No. And so she ended up eventually passing away from it. But it's, the mindset that you must go through knowing that that's about to happen for you, right?
Yes.
Like that you're going in the hospital with two and you're going to come out of the hospital with only one. It's just got to be jarring, no matter how great your attitude is.
Yes, that's something. Yeah, when all right, when I wake up, that's going to be gone.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But so if you can prepare yourself for it and have the proper support system.
On the other side, there was the time I was in the hospital. I went to sleep and said, when I wake up, I'm going to have huge boobs.
all
right.
Yeah, that's another thing, too. Sometimes they add.
It's got to be hard for those women.
They add on to your body.
They're just as strong.
A story of survival.
Britney Spears' ex-husband is set for trial after allegedly breaking into her home before her wedding to Sam Ashgari. We talked about this, but now he's set for trial. Jason Alexander has been charged with felony stalking as well as trespassing and refusing to leave private property, vandalism, and battery. He's been pleading not guilty to the charges.
Is he going to call Larry David as a character witness?
I would hope so, right? Judge ruled in a preliminary hearing that there is enough evidence against him to on the felony stalking charge to hold him and take the charges to trial.
It's all on video.
His bail is set at $10,000. He will appear July 12th. And he's been banned from contacting Britney through any form of communication, including calls, texts, or social media. During a hearing on Monday, a security guard, Richard Eubler, claimed that Alexander tried to get through her locked bedroom door on her wedding day. He testified, he started reaching into his right pocket. I drew my weapon and held it to my chest. He added that Alexander went into the property's game room and he followed him, shutting the door behind them. He added he was just yelling for Britney. And he said, F it, I'm going back inside the way I came in. He claimed that Alexander broke a handle to a door that Eubler was holding shut with his foot. So he was, He was going a little nutty.
Yeah, he was a bit nutty.
Yeah.
But Spears, from what I understood, fired the whole security staff that day because he got as far as he got.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, might be something to consider.
Yeah.
Startup co-stars Ron Perlman and Allison Dunbar are married.
Hey.
The 72-year-old actor and Dunbar, who is 49, married at an intimate wedding in Italy this month.
I love you forever.
Dunbar shared a video on Instagram that shows herself and Perlman dancing at their wedding. The clip was set to Frank Sinatra's song "You Make Me Feel So Young."
Perlman's the classic grizzled actor.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Hellboy.
Yeah, he's got that big, gravelly voice.
Yeah.
He's great in the the big robots.
Pacific Rim.
Great in that series.
Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim.
Casey,
Yes,
you got
Kate,
it.
just-
You got it, Case.
I was just
Pacific Rim.
Missed it
Yeah.
by
I was
that
going
much.
to say Pacific Rim.
So
Kathy, would you like to say Pacific
I
Rim?
think that it's Pacific Rim, yeah. Yeah, I
So-
think I got that first.
in the caption, Dunbar referenced Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker's surprise wedding in Vegas and wrote "pulling a Kravis" before it was a thing.
Pulling a Kravis?
Yeah, Travis and Perlman and Dunbar married at Palazzo Margherita.
Hey, everybody.
Which
Make
is-
it very nice for the Hellboy.
Which is Francis Ford Coppola's property in Bernalda, Italy.
As you all know, he was in the movie A Pacific Rim.
Even the priest.
Have you heard?
Was
in
all-
the town next to us is one of the actors from A Pacific Rim.
Perlman and Dunbar did not obtain a marriage license before their wedding in Italy, but they signed the papers at a courthouse in California following their return. So that was kind of
All
a
right.
ceremonial thing.
It was just for show.
Perlman and Dunbar played Wes Chandler and Kelly on Startup, which completed a third season on Crackle in 2018.
Crackle.
She's beautiful.
Yeah. He was the Beast in remember the series Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah.
It was a big, to look at that face, he was a romantic lead in that series for a couple of years.
The Who's the Boss sequel series has found a home.
You excited, Kathy?
Serious?
Yeah. The project,
On purpose?
reuniting original stars Tony Danza and Alyssa Milano and executive produced by Norman Lear, has landed at Amazon Freevee for development.
That's
watch
it, though?
Freebie,
Just
yeah.
the two of them?
Well, there's going to be more people, but from the original cast, yes, Judith
Ron
Light.
Perlman.
Judith Light is not mentioned in this.
She doesn't want anything to do with it.
I don't know.
Well,
It's her problem.
Norman Lear was not an original showrunner on Who's the Boss. So maybe they're going in a more contemporary, because that was very light sitcom
Yes.
fare.
Judith Light's been doing a lot. She's a judge on like Law and Order. You see her popping up all the time.
Oh, really?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So the follow-up is being written and executive produced by One Day at a Time co-creator, executive producer, co-showrunner Mike Royce, and co-executive producer Bridget Munoz Leibowitz. Sony Pictures Television, which owns the rights to the original series and has been working on the sequel for the past 2 years, is the studio. Danza and Milano are set to reprise their roles as Tony and Samantha Michelli. Set 30 years
Michelli.
after... What's that?
Misselli.
It's Michelli?
Yeah.
Okay. Set 30 years after the events of the original series, the sequel will focus on former Major League Baseball player, retired housekeeper Tony Michelli,
I used to be a major league ball player.
and his relationship with his daughter Samantha. She is now a single mother living in the family house. In line with Lear's classic shows, the new comedy will explore generational differences as well as opposing worldviews and parenting styles with the dynamic of a modern family in 2022.
So, all right. Mona's passed
Dead.
away. Yeah.
What about Jonathan?
The kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to be in it?
Danny Pinatubo or whatever.
Pinatera?
Yeah, they
Didn't
could.
he was sick, wasn't he?
I
thought I remembered some kind
he
of
came
news-
out, I know
news
that.
I
story.
remember that, but then I thought there was something with him.
I thought I remember that too.
He was
yeah.
sick of Who's the Boss.
Apparently, him
Yeah.
and Judith.
I don't know. So the original Who's the Boss ran for 8 seasons and 196
8
episodes.
seasons.
Yeah, it was on ABC from 1984 to 92, drew more than 30 million viewers in its heyday.
Everybody be quiet. You're going to make my souffle fall.
It was nominated for 10 Emmy Awards and became a syndication staple.
Yeah, he's HIV positive.
Oh, is that it?
okay.
Okay.
Manny Ventura,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
And he was, he was once addicted to meth.
Wow.
Well,
Okay.
Walker told me I have AIDS.
Wow.
Oh my God. Crossover?
Crossover.
No way.
Walker, who's the boss crossover.
All right, I have not seen this, but yesterday photos circulated showing Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling rollerblading around Venice Beach in matching neon attire, channeling 80s Barbie and Ken for the Barbie movie.
So I'm trying to form an opinion about how I feel about this. If they hit the right note, it could be great. But it's fraught with peril if they don't get it tonally correct.
Yeah, I got to believe it'll be decent. You're talking about two heavyweights now.
Yeah.
In the industry who will probably, it all comes down to writing and directing because you've already got the actors who can pull it off.
If you make them like anomalous characters, like the Brady Bunch, where they were sort of from a different time in current time, the Toy Story did such a great job with Barbie.
So it reports that the film, directed by Greta Gerwig, is set to be released in 2023. And then another one I haven't seen yet either. Nearly 30 years later, the Sanderson sisters are back with Hocus Pocus 2. The Variety reports the first trailer for the sequel dropped yesterday. The movie will be available for streaming on Disney Plus starting September 30th, just in time for the Halloween season.
Are your kids, anybody in your house, a Hocus Pocus fan?
We're huge fans.
If they are, I don't know about it, but
Yeah.
maybe. You guys are huge fans?
Well, I am not. But apparently all this happened without my knowledge. But
Yeah.
apparently my wife and my daughters are like huge fans.
It's
of
huge.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
The trailer's up on the website if you want to take a look.
All right, excellent. On PrestonandSteve.com?
Yes, sir.
I should check that out sometime. All right, here we go. Let's do a clip.
Everybody should.
On this year's annual summer vacation, Isabel Belly Conklin finds herself caught in a steamy love triangle between brothers Jeremiah and Conrad in The Summer I Turned Pretty. And she here, Lola Tongue,
What's going
Man
on?
in Sky.
what
Fire.
it says.
Bad.
and she here, Lola Tongue, who
Man
stars
Fly in Sky.
as Belly, talks about where she hopes her character will go in season 2 of the show.
There are a lot of really special scenes from the book. Yeah, I don't know how much I can say. There are many, many special moments, and I'm very excited to see the trajectory of Belly's relationship with both of the boys and with everyone in her life, because she can only, continue to grow and to go on this journey, and I'm very excited to go on it with her.
Season 1 of The Summer I Turned Pretty is streaming now on Amazon Prime Video. Here's the next clip. Southern Charm highlights the nail-biting action of 7 socialites living in South Carolina. In this clip, Naomi Olindo finally dishes on why she and co-star Catherine Dennis will never be friends again.
Probably, I'm pretty close to everybody but Catherine. If I see her, I'm like, what's up, but I don't think that she and I will ever be friends. I think that you don't have to be friends with everyone, and especially if they're like a toxic person to you, or maybe you are to them kind of thing. And so I just think that's letting sleeping dogs lie on that one.
Skanky whore.
Is this a kind of a Housewives reality show?
I am not familiar with this. This isn't the
It is.
Maya Angelou?
Okay.
The Maya
No.
Rudolph?
This is a reality show that's like Housewives
Is it?
style. Yeah, and it's.
Oh my God, there's so much stuff
I
on.
know it's a Bravo show. It's
I hate these times of things more than anything, I think. New episodes of Southern Charm
So tune in.
air Thursday nights at 9 p.m. on Bravo.
If we haven't sold that, I don't know who did.
I think you're going to do like the post show press, right?
Yeah, I'll do that. That'll be
You
my
guys
next gig.
suck. End of post show.
That'll be so great.
I don't watch this show. Bring me up to speed.
I hate
You
it
are the
here.
most shallow people I've ever met in my
I'm
life.
asleep when this thing's on.
Right. All right, that's the entertainment report for today.
Everything you need to know.
Here's what I need to know. Casey, hit the effect. All right. We have a screening of Thor: Love and Thunder, and this is a week from today. It is. So we'll take callers 12 and 13. It's an IMAX screening, by the way.
Oh, my God.
UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. Callers 12 and 13, 215-263 WMMR. We're going to give you those tickets, and it doesn't even open until Friday, July 8th. For another chance to win, click contest at WMMR.com. We're stoked for this movie. Let's get you there. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got guests on the program, and I'll tell you about them when we return. Has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about this.
It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher.
He's
a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about, and then of course why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church. Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but the X-rays showed that there were some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion in his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh,
Self-pleasuring.
yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
Previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. It felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah. To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over, and praised God, and laid hands on that, and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-ray.
Oh, my God. If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, Alec, he said, oh, maybe. I just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That
No.
would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh, my
You know what I
God.
mean? So there's a
fail-safe.
a built-in
Yeah.
fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this. Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh,
his
wait a
stuff.
minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have known.
Listen, in the world of
Thought it
Goop,
was something new.
that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students, By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over
Yes.
and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and
Wow.
so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then.
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
my wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know.
always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This
doomed.
kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive
amongst-
survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most
Yeah,
women?
but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing too. I think it's no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I could see that. Kathy.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect, and I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
you keep going back to old.
No,
These
the
old
standard thing
people.
would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it as it clearly is a sign of respect. Like super sweet. I like it's like candy. And then when I get here, because I've overdone it on the sugar, I just do a black coffee. Here. So I kind of temper it that
do you
way.
put cream in it too at home?
Yeah.
Okay, cream sugar.
I use like French vanilla creamer.
Okay.
Like a flavored creamer.
Yeah.
Or sweet cream, which is pretty fantastic. So anyway, enough about me. We need to talk about you. We're diving into the city beat, folks. Yep. I got some stories that have to do with things in and around or affect our area.
Scoobily wow wow. Yeah. He's the meat behind the street.
And I got this particular story because sometimes I have some outside contributors Kathy Romano sent this to me.
So she's a correspondent.
This is from NJ.com, and
right.
they have their list of the.
That's New Jersey, right?
That would stand for New Jersey. NJ stands for New Jersey. All 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for summer 2022. Now we're not going to go through all 44.
Okay, just do the 43.
No, we're gonna go through the ones where most of our area head to.
Like not up by the city.
Yeah, there's
by
going to be
New York.
southern
Gotcha.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
So
I will say though, like I went through the whole list. I didn't realize there are some beaches out there I had never heard of that are very popular for people in our area too.
Yeah.
So obviously, this whole the migration to the shore is a huge thing. It's been that so for decades and decades and decades. But it's funny what you just said, Kathy, because there are people who, like, I didn't know some of the taking a look at the map. Some of the beaches that are popular were shore towns that people go to. I had no idea existed.
Right. So there was one, and it's on the list, and I'm sure you'll get to it, Preston. But Ortley Beach, and it is not like what we consider the shore. And I actually recently had a conversation with a few different people who couldn't believe that I had not heard of it, and said it's very popular. And it's
I haven't ever heard of Ortley.
Yeah, it's listed as one of the better beaches to go to.
What part of Jersey is that in?
Case, it's like I think it's considered maybe like Tom's River.
Okay.
But from where I live, the people that I was talking to, they said it's the same distance, same amount of time for them to go there as it would be to go,
kidding.
to Avalon or Stone Harbor.
I have no, listen, it's not even July yet, right? So usually you kind of have to wait until after like school is officially out. But I feel like I wonder if this economy is having some issues. No. If it's causing issues. I feel like the beach has not been overly crowded, and I wonder if gas prices or any of those things is wreaking havoc and causing issues with.
Doesn't
with people.
help, for sure.
Yeah,
So.
I don't know if you've noticed, Press. If have you noticed it being a little bit quieter down there?
A smidge, maybe, but not like really noticeable. But
you do a lot of skeet shooting off your roof, so you wouldn't really even notice.
Yeah. I scare them away, basically.
They just run away. So give us a teasers.
First, let me give you the what they judged the criteria on. So it says we judge only oceanfront beaches, no bay, lake, or riverfront on beach quality, cleanliness, crowd type and size, parking availability, and surrounding food, drink, and recreation.
Gets along well with other beaches.
They said we went to one beach per town. For example, Ortley Beach.
Ortley
was the representative for Tom's River, Kathy.
Yeah.
And Island Beach State Park checks in for Berkeley Township. So I kind of stayed a little bit Atlantic City, like Margate and South.
The ones when you think of
or not Margate, but Brigantine and South is kind of what I'm
kind of a novice to this. Occasionally my wife will go down for a little bit.
You're not a shore guy.
I'm not a shore guy.
Yeah.
But I'm every time I go down, I have a good time. So I might be moving in that way. But I always think of it, Preston, from Atlantic City south is the main concentration.
From
At least
here, because you just take the
AC
AC Expressway straight out,
right?
And
which is funny because my girlfriend used to live in Northeast Philly, and there's at a town, and I'm curious as to whether or not it shows up on the list or not, Preston. But if you take 195 due east, it goes straight across the street instead of like the AC Expressway, which goes south and east. And there's a town called Spring Lake, which is one of the nicest towns I've ever been to. I had never heard of it growing up.
Spring Lake?
Well, it's Steve.
I never heard of it.
It's gorgeous. It's near Point Pleasant. It's a little north of Point Pleasant. But I'd never gone to it growing up. And yeah, Kathy, like for me growing up, it was Atlantic City and South. That was the Jersey Shore.
So she grew up in Northeast Philly. I grew up in Bucks County. So we most of the time went to what we consider the shore, but we did go up that way to some of the beach towns up there. Spring Lake is actually not listed. It's not listed well on this list.
No kidding.
Because they said even
it's the poor man's Ortley.
Well, no, they said it's beautiful and the homes are beautiful, but like it's there's not much else to do. You have to drive into the town. Like you can't if you're going to go to the beach. There's nowhere really to go get something to eat or anything like that.
That's what they took into consideration on this list.
Stuff to do.
Stuff to do. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
We when we were poking around there, as far north as we went was Seaside Heights. We actually went up there and looked and kind of worked our way down.
And that's where Jersey Shore was shot.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go through a few highlights on this list.
I don't want to hear this list.
Number 40 is Atlantic City. Obviously, there's probably
are there things to do there?
There are some things to do there. It says amazing, and I'm going to read you the description from NJ.com. Amazing Bruce Springsteen song and terrific boardwalk.
That's right.
The ability to gamble feet away from the ocean is pretty incredible, but the beach itself is lackluster at best.
Do you agree with that?
Not the cleanest by any
big.
stretch, and the sand isn't exactly soft, and even that vaunted boardwalk is starting to feel downtrodden, just like the rest of the city. So that's their assessment.
Preston, does Brigantine get folded into Atlantic City?
No.
No, it's its own thing.
Yeah.
All right, then you have number 39, Wildwood. It says you can't do much better than Wildwood's Boardwalk. They don't have a roller coaster. They basically have a theme park and a water park and go-karts and enough boardwalk food to make you sick. But you can't do much worse than their beach. It's so long and flat that walking to the water is exhausting. They literally have sand taxis. It says cute, but a sign that your beach is way too wide. It is huge. All up and down the Wildwoods, except North Wildwood is
Well,
tiny.
they do also have like planks to walk on, so you're not walking in straight up sand.
But anyone, like the first time I got out there years ago, I remember thinking, everyone thinks, you cannot help but go, Jesus Christ, this is a very wide beach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I've come to love it.
All right, then you have
It loves you.
Margate City.
Okay.
It says finding parking is tricky at Margate. This is number 35 on the list. I'm going to work our way down. I'm just skipping around to highlights.
Yeah.
And for once, so is finding Lucy the elephant too. The 6-story, 140-year-old wooden South Jersey icon is currently undergoing renovations. But you know what is open? The Margate Dairy Bar, home of some of the best ice cream and burgers you'll find on the shore. The beach itself is fine but unremarkable, they say.
Okay.
Number 31 is Strathmere.
I love Strathmere.
Yeah,
too.
it's great.
One of the few free beaches in the Garden State. Strathmere's sand isn't exactly pristine, but there's a ton of parking available, and the Twisties is a terrific dive bar nearby.
Twisties is what I
I've been by there.
described as like it's like stuck. It's like back in time.
Oh, it's okay.
But they don't need to do anything because it's the only place to go there, and people flock to it. And it's actually great. It's right on the bay. Like you sit there, you're looking at the bay. It's just it gets really crowded because it's the only place to go. You know, between Ocean City and Sea Isle.
Is it the same place as the Deauville, or is it next to the Deauville?
No, that's not it. It's further. It's like the middle of Strathmere.
So
next.
a quick question. So is this where if you don't have a place down there?
No, there's houses there. It's just not
I'm
as
saying
many.
for people who are just going to go and take a day trip. Is this?
Oh, I got you.
Is this a likely beach?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Oh, I think so because isn't it free there? Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah,
It is.
You
yeah.
don't need the beach tags, and it's sort of a nice midpoint between Ocean City and Sea Isle. Sea Isle is a little younger. Sea Isle kind of skews towards, especially like the party scene, like 20-year-olds and that generation, and Ocean City's much more family.
I guess it depends on what you want because there's really not a whole lot to do there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
Oh, yeah, just
if you
beach.
just want beach, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
What about marlin fishing?
All right, I don't know.
Well, there was a time where Casey and Kathy and I went to the Deauville. We took a limo down there. And
God, I
this
forgot about
was
that. Don't bring that
a
up.
decade ago, and it was a disaster.
It was fun.
It was fun.
disaster.
I don't know what you mean
All
by
right.
Was it an
disaster.
appearance?
Wait,
it was
Casey,
an appearance.
Is that where you got out and walked home from the Blue Route?
Yes.
That was on the way
because-
back, yeah.
On the way
Love that.
back because I was very, very aware of the fact that there was major construction going on north of Westchester Pike. I had recommended getting off and going to Route 1 because we were supposed to stay at this hotel across the street over here. And you, Kathy, was like, no, it's faster to go this. I was like, there is. And then sure enough, that we got
Dead
past.
stop.
We got dead stop right after Route 3, Westchester Pike. And I said, you know what? I'm going to get out. I'm going to walk. And I walked a mile to Westchester Pike and then all the way. And I still beat you guys home.
He did. He beat us home.
So do you admit you made a poor decision?
Oh, God. I think we all made a lot of
Oh
poor
my God,
decisions
dude.
that
We were
evening.
drawing. I have to apologize.
All right.
You were trying to sneak Nick and I drew on your face. And, sorry.
He's got 32 more beaches. to go.
I got to go through these. All right, so Strathmere's number one.
Santa's got to go.
These are highlights. Santa's got to go. Please allow me.
Santa's got to go.
All right,
I need you to stop talking.
And talk about beaches.
Number 30 is Seaside Heights, and that's the Jersey Shore.
Right.
And it says, it says Snooki warned you not to fall in love with the Jersey Shore. You won't fall in love with this beach either. It's not the cleanest or the nicest, but it'll get the job done. The boardwalk, though, absolutely incredible. It says we will accept no haters. Do yourself a favor and have a slice at Marica's and a cheesesteak at Midway.
Is Seaside like Wildwood?
Yeah, I think
the boardwalk. Okay.
Number 28 is Brigantine.
Brigantine.
It says it's remarkable how close this beach is to Atlantic City while somehow feeling many miles away. It is refreshingly mellow here, a far cry from the beach a few miles south. The juxtaposition of natural beauty surrounding with the beach of the AC skyline is jarring, but a lot of fun. Decent parking gives you a kind of long walk to the beach, but it is a pretty walk to a pretty beach.
I like Brigantine. The times I've been there.
And the only knock I've heard on Brigantine are the people who live there, like full year, like all year long, that they don't like
outsiders.
And then they will chase you out with lit torches.
No, but like our friend Tim, who has a place there, he will lie. If somebody asks him if he lives there, he'll be like, "Yeah, I do," because otherwise,
really,
yeah.
Ah, man, that sucks.
Number 27 on this list is Wildwood Crest. It says, speaking of long walks on the beach, or on the beach for that matter, Wildwood Crest is filled with hotels and families vacationing in them, which makes accessing the very wide beaches hard and getting parking even harder. The beach is cleaner than Wildwood, and the vibe is way more chill. And if you're looking for a true desert to spend a full day planted in the sand, this is a solid spot, and it is free. The beaches are free there. But there's a whole lot less to do as well. It says it's funny because Casey and I were at Mudhead, this brew pub in Wildwood, and we were talking to a guy who was local who came out and saw, I was playing with the band Five Times Famous.
Right.
And he was talking to us. He's like, dude, every time you guys mention Wildwood Crest, we're like, stop it. Don't let the secret out about how great this place is.
It really is a wonderful place.
All right. Then number 21 is North Wildwood. Cleaner and more relaxing. Its boisterous brother to the south. North Wildwood is perfect if you want to spend a little time at Wildwood's vaunted boardwalk, but beach time is more important to you. The parking is surprisingly good as well. The streets are pretty wide.
Are they?
In North Wildwood,
streets are wide. The problem there is that the beaches erode every single year.
They do.
And every year they have to like dredge and I mean it's pretty wild. And so you wonder why.
Wild.
Well, yeah, you wonder why Wildwood and Wildwood Crest beaches are so big. I think it's because the beaches at North Wildwood are
depositing onto them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so these are the top 44.
The top 44?
No,
beaches.
these are all 44 beaches in New Jersey.
Sorry, yeah, all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best.
Right.
And this is NJ.com. We're not going through all of them, just some highlights. So
Just our beaches.
number 19 is Stone Harbor. And listen to this description. Taylor Swift fans know this beach all too well. The singer-songwriter spent her childhood here, and who can blame her? It says, the beach is gorgeous. You won't find a much better beach in your wildest dreams. The sand is great, though you'll want to shake it off before you go home.
I get it. All those are Taylor Swift songs.
And don't forget to leave a blank space in your stomach for ice cream from Springer's, another T Swift favorite.
I love Springer's.
And if you didn't get any of those puns, it says, baby, now we got bad blood. Okie dokie.
The only knock on Stone Harbor is that it's pricey.
Oh, my God. Is it pricey?
It's probably the priciest.
Dude, if you go by, so in the little town there's a real estate place, and they have listings in the window.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't afford that. I can't
$8
afford
million.
that. Yeah.
I mean, it's insane.
For a 3-bedroom.
Insane. The price of
Does
real
their
estate
lead
there.
realtor have googly eyes? Or is...
No, that's a different guy. But we could make this happen. All right, number 17 on the list is Avalon. It says the walk to the beach at Avalon is longer than we'd like, but the beach is nice and wide and the sand is soft and perfect for laying out. Parking isn't an issue either.
That was my beach for years.
That's where my parents had a house.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
they sold it, right?
My dad's biggest financial regret in his entire life had a house on 17th Street. It was barely a house. It was like a shack, but
Was it
Still be worth millions now.
Yeah, the property alone. You're buying the zip code, you're buying the acreage, and it was a nice place for a family to go. And my mom hates my dad for.
And not only that, he said that there was an issue because there was oil seeping up to the ground.
Yeah. I mean, what are they going to do with all
What
this
am I
bubbling
going to do
crude?
with this bubbling oil?
Nick, was it beachside or bayside?
No, it was in the middle. Okay, so it was,
Okay.
but you could walk to what's it called, Circle Pizza, and I mean, look, it was Avalon. It's a great beach, and it's a really nice family town.
So we would, when we were doing our live broadcast from when we were in Y100, we would always go to Avalon.
Yes.
It was
On
very
21st.
chill, very chill.
Oh, by the way, man, Sylvester's is gone now, or at least it was going away, and that was my favorite crab cake of all time. Sylvester's is right off of 21st Street, and it had been there forever and ever and ever.
Do we need an investigative report?
No. They just went away. I guess maybe the real estate was just too lucrative, and they sold it. I don't really know,
The
but
rent
it
is
made
too
me
damn high.
It made me really sad because I took you there.
Yeah, I thought it was just okay.
Which one did you get?
That's personal preference. I got the broiled like you recommended. Yeah.
No, it's the
Can you
fried
guys still be friends?
Fried is where it's at.
I think we can still be friends.
We can still, we're still friends.
All right.
I brought him coffee
but
this
not
morning.
as
He said
close.
thank you.
Well, he wrote it on a sticky and put it on his forehead.
Number 13 on this list is Ocean City.
Ocean City.
Previously a contender for the top spot in the rankings, Ocean City's beach itself has seen better days and now has exposed piping throughout sections.
That's so cool.
Go play on the pipe, kids. You can still find very nice stretches, though, and there is no questioning how incredible Ocean City's throwback boardwalk is, featuring Gillian's Wonderland Pier, Playland's Castaway Cove, and delicious Coors Brothers frozen custard, among other attractions.
I always went to Ocean City. It is not the beach that I knew growing up. Like, they had these awesome little jetties that would, Steve, that would create these little pools, and you could find starfish. Those things don't exist anymore. They just...
It's over.
It's over.
I like their boardwalk.
Yeah, it's a nice.
I think it's really nice.
There's not a lot of undeveloped area.
Give me these starfish.
It's so crowded.
Where's the starfish?
It is.
Yeah, they develop every single available acreage there, and it's a city, so I guess that's why they do it. But it's a little frustrating.
And they go up really high with their
Yes, they do.
properties.
Like
It's
3-4 stories
Jersey
that can
has
go up there.
In general, Jersey has some, and a large part due to the shore stuff, the highest valued real estate in the country.
Yeah,
Yes?
but like in towns like Cape May, like there's still a lot of green space, so in Ocean City, there's just not.
Nick, I've gone to Ocean City. A friend of mine has a house there, and I've gone, and I called her once, and I was like, I'm leaving because I can't find parking.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
I was like, this is ridiculous. And fortunately, she has a large driveway, so she was like, no. I'll pull my car in the garage. You come into the driveway. But I mean, it was so crowded that I'm like, I literally can't find parking within walking distance of your house.
All right, I've only got 4 more I'm going to point out because we're getting into the top 10 here. So number 6 on this list. Number 6. We don't have those, do we? Still?
Yeah, we do.
That's all right. Sea Isle City.
Sea Isle City.
Yep. It says a big, beautiful beach, gorgeous dunes to admire, plenty of soft sand to stretch out on. Less than ideal parking is the only real drawback.
Number 6.
There is a paved promenade instead of a boardwalk to stroll down, and Fish Alley is loaded with a plethora of tantalizing seafood and Italian food options.
So Nick had mentioned earlier that it sort of attracts the younger crowd, and
Sea Isle City.
Well, yeah, but not anymore. I've said this for years. So they're actually closing a lot of those party spots, and they're building nicer restaurants that are attracting more families, a little bit of an older crowd. So it's still a really fun city to go to, but that I think that like drunken 20-year-old, although there are still some there, they're sort of pushing them out.
Another drunken 60-year-olds.
I mean,
is this a good pound cake place in town?
Pretty much, but the thing about Sea Isle that I love the most is once you get there, because they say that parking isn't the greatest there. I mean, it's not in any of the beach towns, but once you park, you don't ever have to move. You can go for a weekend, you can go for a full week. You don't have to move.
You're there, locked and loaded.
They have the jitney that goes up and down the entire town, and you don't. I mean, that's what I like the best about it is I literally never drive the car once I get there.
That's cool. Steve, you and I are wheel watchers, and I've noticed recently that there's a Sea Isle City campaign. It's not Jersey Shore.
Yes,
it's
no,
not,
you're right.
and it's just focuses exclusively on one town, which I find to be interesting. That they have enough ad dollars to focus a tourism campaign on just that one city. But yeah, they're focusing on it.
I know they have a primo hoagie, so there we go.
Yeah, all right.
All right,
there.
down to number 4 now.
Number 4.
It's time for number 4.
Well, it's Cape May Point.
Cape May Point.
Oh my God, is it beautiful there?
Is it?
It says while there isn't as much to do at Cape May as it's Eastern Brother Beach as far as boardwalk activities and food options, that also means less crowds to compete with. And that means that the just about same idyllic sands with way more real estate. It's a bit of a hike to get from the street to the beach, but it's a beautiful walk through the dunes and trees.
This looks, the picture we're looking at looks very lovely, and it has a lighthouse.
Yes, there's a, yep, exactly. The beach itself is so raw and secluded that you hardly feel like you're at the Jersey Shore. It is pretty quiet there.
It is, and it's definitely one of the appealing factors. That used to be my vacation spot for a number of years. I love Cape May Point. There was a store there called the Red Store, and it was a great restaurant, and I believe it's closed. I think they closed, during the pandemic, and they have not reopened. It's a really cool little spot right in the section, right in the middle part of that part of town, and there's nothing that's gone in to replace it, which is a shame.
So I like how all you guys know all these locations and all the places to eat. Like, so I guess part of the process growing up here would have been to migrate to sample all the towns. Was that kind of the thing?
Yeah. We would vacation in a couple of the towns, and you sort of get your feel and what you like. And the thing is too is like once you finally get your town, like where you like to go, that's really the only one. And there,
So that's the process, though. You sample and then you decide what town's your town. And that's that.
Yeah, as a kid, we went to Ocean City, we went to Wildwood Crest,
right.
And where you land is like your beach town. No one can convince you otherwise.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's an ownership thing, it seems. I'm picking up
totally.
on.
Especially if you legitimately own property, right?
I'm being indoctrinated into this. There's a pride of what your town is, what your beach is, and all that stuff.
I think if I won the lottery, I'd buy a place in Cape May Point. That's my favorite town, I think.
All right, number 2 on this.
Oh,
that's a little more aggressive.
What happened to that?
That's from Hamilton, by the way. Those are the 10 rules of dueling.
Casey Kasem is Alexander Hamilton.
All right, number 2 is Cape May.
All right.
Cape May.
Number 1 beach in New Jersey for 3 years running is finally dethroned. It says, but let's be honest, the beach at exit 0 on the Garden State Parkway is basically 1A. Perfect sand, picturesque boardwalk, dining options that make the town one of the state's top food designations, and blocks of gorgeous Victorian architecture make the long trip down to the state's southern tip well worth it. So, all right, and then number 1. I'm not familiar with Beach Haven.
It's on LBI.
According to NJ.com. Okay.
Beach Haven.
Yeah. It says, for the first time in the history of our rankings, a new number 1 takes the crown. Beach Haven has been knocking on the door for a long time, finishing in the top 4 every year. One of the southernmost beaches on Long Beach Island is knocking no more. It's here. The mellow vibe combined with pristine beach. Some of the best surrounding food and entertainment in the state make it truly perfect beach destination. Any of you guys ever been there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
LBI is interesting because there's I think just the one way in and out. And so when you get onto that island, you then have to make a decision. You going north or you going south? And it's a long drive. Like when you get to Wildwood Crest or the Wildwoods, there's a bunch of different ways to get onto that island.
Yes.
I believe with LBI, there's just the one, and it's just it makes it interesting.
Wow. I would imagine it makes it a long trip to get off.
As you can imagine.
When you need to.
This was our day trip spot. Like as a kid in high school, where we would go with our friends. This is where we would go. I don't know what traffic is like now, but when we were going in high school, we were fine. It wasn't too bad getting there.
What's the most northern beach in New Jersey?
Isn't it the one where the nude beach is? That Sandy Hook? Because we've talked about that
Cape
a couple
Cod.
times. No, like you can see Manhattan
that's a little
from
further north.
Yeah, you got to keep going, Steve. That's Massachusetts.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's near Boston.
Okay, I've heard.
But we've talked about that nude beach in Sandy Hook more than once, and Case, you can see Manhattan from there. You can see the Freedom Tower.
That's got to be pretty cool. By the way, Marissa handed me this note. She was at the Dinner on Blanc in Atlantic City over the weekend, and she learned that MTV is filming Jersey Shore 2.0 in AC this summer. And
That's
she found
pretty
the house.
wild.
She took a picture of it and posted it on social media. Yeah.
Maybe we should audition.
Maybe we should.
I was in New York on Long Island this past weekend at a place called Nickerson Beach, and just the difference between the beaches, like our Jersey Shore and there, it's just like it's completely different. I mean, it was beautiful, and I loved it there, but just the difference, I was like,
Yeah. No, so growing up on Long Island, we had all of the, you had your beaches. We had a multitude of beaches, and you eventually settled on your one.
But just even the way they do, even the way they go to the beach is different than us.
Absolutely.
Well, I realized that we didn't do the city beat here. We did the beach bum. Because that's all we have time for.
Wasn't even the city beat.
I apologize. I have more city beat stories. Maybe we'll get to them in a little while. So I guess this has been the beach bum. I don't know, which I just made up. Or have we had that character before?
No. We can do the beach bum.
No, we
Absolutely.
did. Yeah, because we even had theme music for it.
Did we?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Wipeout?
It might have been
Was
like
it the
Miserlou.
Bird?
It might have been a Dick Dale song.
All right.
Okay. All right, well, anyhow, that's NJ.com, the full article they have on their website, but it's all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for.
And number one again?
For this year. Number one.
Beach Haven.
Beach Haven, yeah. But
LBI.
But more in our area, Cape May came in at number 2, which is it's been number 1 many times before. All right, with that, let's take a break. Come back in just a moment because I got some bizarre file stories I think you shall enjoy. Stay with us.
Working on my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing.
It's
that's
not.
That's a way to
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's
it's
with
not
you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine.
But all right,
It's
I
your
don't
personal
think
preference.
somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
all right. But what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Young, sorry, I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a
Now
fantasy.
you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart, then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston,
wow.
okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's
this,
so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You
I think
can't.
it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
and if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need like... Here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, right, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yeah,
For a
that's what
horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi.
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No question. And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers going to host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try here and there. Steve doesn't.
Yeah, I'm very lonely. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, classically, I'm what you would refer to as a prospector, so I'm up in the mountains a lot panning for gold.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, what about this study? I want y'all to hear this. Apparently, more than 50% of Americans, they want to see their friends at least 4 times a month.
Wow. Okay.
Isn't that surprising?
It is. It is.
How old were these people that were polled?
I don't think we have that info.
Okay.
See, that's a good point.
I think I think that it kind of changes with age, because at a in your teens and 20s, I think you want to see your friends all the time. Or do you guys think it's surprising that that 4 is a small number, or is that, what do you think?
Yeah.
I think both ways. I think the question is, how much do you want to see your friends and how often do you actually do it? So I feel like 4 is a good number for me. I'm married with kids, so that's once a weekend.
Yeah.
So that's a good number
That
for
makes
me
sense.
in my
I
time
agree.
of life.
However,
That's not too much. That'd be every weekend for the whole month. Like, that's...
There's 3 days in a weekend. It doesn't mean all weekend. It's like dinner, you know?
Alec-
You take off on Mondays. For the rest of us, it's 2.
at a certain point, though, can you guys agree that
Karen, I don't think she likes you because you get that extra day off.
it's definitely sensed some
We all get to
tension
put in
there?
our own vacation. Everybody can have free choice what they want to do.
Karen's like, you snooze, you lose. No, it's great, though, but I'm just saying, if you have 2 days...
What does it have to be a weekend? I mean, like, I'm going to get my nails done with my girlfriend today. We are at least once a week, and if we miss a week, it's like I start getting text messages. When are we doing margaritas? It's been too long.
Oh, that's cute.
But
That's a
Alex,
good
you're
way
out and
to
about
do
all the time. So you're socializing all the time. I mean, I see you on Instagram. I think there's a happy medium where you get to the point in life where you're only seeing the friends that the person at the front desk lets visit your room, right? So you're in a retirement home, and that's how it goes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So that's the perfect scenario, I think.
I also think it changes if you're like Karen said, if you're married and you have kids, like, yeah, I'm out, but, I'm single, so what else I have to do? I'll just go out and see people and, make that happen. But I wonder if it's different between men and women, too, because, like, listening to Kathy say, oh, once a week, like, are guys that way? Like, hey, it's been a week or so, I need to see you.
I'll be honest, I miss my friends. Like, you get so bogged down with the sort of the day-to-day and the things that are going on in your life routinely. Like, I miss seeing the people that I consider my best friends in life, and I try to make time. I've made it a point in my life more recently to, like, set aside time to see those guys,
If I saw the couple, because my wife and I would do, like, couple hangouts, if I saw the couple that we consider our best friends, if I saw them 4 times in 1 month, That would be like, wow, we
Too
are
much?
spending a lot of time.
No, I don't like you that much.
It'd be a good thing, but I only see him like once a month, and that's about it.
Dr. Mike, my Dr. Mike is my bestie. Just a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, during Eagles season, though, I feel like people probably see each other more because every Sunday you're like, "What's your plan? Let's watch the game."
Okay, that makes sense too.
I don't know. It's all depending on I think what your life is demanding of you and how much time you have to do that.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Let's all
Well,
consider
thanks,
it.
gang.
Thank you guys.
Let's have a friend hangout.
Oh, all right. Dude, I want to hang with Alex. She goes everywhere and parties with everybody. It's awesome.
She does.
Yes.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
She's a party.
She's a party. Yeah.
All right, we'll see you guys. All right.
She was at the Atlantic City Dinner on Blanc,
Dinner on Blanc.
with Marissa.
Yeah, Marissa. Yeah, they've been hanging out a lot.
Absolutely.
Lately. All right, we do need to get a look at traffic, see what's going on this morning. And what do you have for us, Kathy?
So we have a lot happening. New Jersey Turnpike southbound at the Delaware Memorial Toll Bridge Plaza. Delaware Memorial Bridge Toll Plaza up to Hawks Bridge Road, which is exit 1. You've got stop traffic. Only the right shoulder is getting by. So 2 lanes are blocked here. They've got the shoulder open so you can squeeze past it, but it's really a problem this morning. On the 42 freeway northbound, you're jammed from College Drive to 41. There's an accident there in the left lane. 295 northbound at 73, an accident cleared. Also northbound from 168 to Route 70, you have some volume there. And then we'll go to the 30 bypass eastbound. You're stopped 113 to 202. The left lane there blocked with an accident. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slowing Willow Grove to Fort Washington. On the Blue Route northbound, you're jammed 95 to the Media bypass. On the Schuylkill eastbound, that's slow 202 into Belmont. Heavy the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound Passyunk to the Vine. The Boulevard out to the Blue Route. And then on the Boulevard southbound, expect volume 9th to Fox. This traffic report brought to you by Audible. Take Audible along this summer and listen to best-selling audiobooks, exclusive originals, and podcasts. Start with a free 30-day trial at audible.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation. Mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show to them. So go to drytechcorp.com. A Vermont man has been charged with aggravated assault and resisting arrest after dramatic video allegedly shows him using an excavator to attack state troopers last week.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a robot.
Officers were looking into an aggravated assault and burglary in Hardwick, Vermont, when Wayne and Amy Tallman, whose son was who was a suspect that they were trying to arrest, began to impede them. So video recorded from a dash cam shows Wayne Tallman swinging the excavator's bucket towards the officers. Vermont State Police say they arrested both Tallman and his son, and there weren't any injuries. The excavator operator in the video decided to move the machine's bucket towards the officers during the arrest attempt. Later in the clip, the state troopers react as the bucket gets closer to them, and the police commander said in a statement, "They don't have a scenario at the academy where we practice this one."
It's almost like that large robot movie that Ron Perlman's in. What is that movie, Kathy?
Oh, but I was like, what? Which
can't
one?
believe you were
Pacific Rim.
Yeah, right.
Great job.
Kathy nailed it.
I'm like, why does he think I'm going to know this?
We mentioned it like a dozen times earlier this morning.
I was thinking, what was the other one that I kept doing in the contest?
Sense and Sensibility.
Sense and Sensibility.
Yeah, large fighting robots and sensitive.
That would have been good. All right, officials in Thailand arrested 2 women at an airport in Bangkok after they said 109 live animals were found in their luggage before they boarded a plane.
And they were horses.
The animals were found Monday in 2 suitcases after an X-ray inspection. Wildlife officials discovered 2 white porcupines,
What?
2 armadillos, 35 turtles, 50 lizards, and 20 snakes in the baggage. So, yeah, they fit all kinds of stuff in there. Police arrested Nathia Raja and Sakaya Abraham, who were preparing to board the flight to India. The women were charged with violating Wildlife Conservation and Protection Act of 2019. The oldest high IQ society has accepted its youngest member ever. She is from Oldham County, Kentucky. Isla McNabb is a normal 2-year-old child.
2 years old?
Yeah, she loves to run around, play with her toys and her cat, but her parents noticed something was different about her. Her father said, Father Jason said she just had an affinity for the alphabet. And then she started sounding out the different letters. Then we started out with some simple words, and she sounded them out. Soon after, Isla was reading. She was reading at a kindergarten level at 2 years old. You don't get hit kindergarten until you're 5.
Right.
Intrigued by the young girl's abilities, her psychiatrist suggested getting her an IQ test. Isla tested in the 99th percentile for her age group. Soon, her impressive test score. After that, the 2-year-old was invited to join Mensa, making her the youngest member ever inducted.
I'm fascinated by cybercurrency. If you excuse me now, I have to poop in my pants and smear it on the walls.
Oh, my God.
But crypto does fascinate me, I have to say.
On some levels, she's like way ahead.
Yeah, and on other ways, she's
Right.
just a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
By the way, this is poop that's smeared in my hair.
I see.
Sort of a temporary, or would you say de facto hair gel.
Could you tell us about the Large Hadron Collider?
Yes, I'm fascinated by it, but I think there are fallacies in the structure itself that are impeding real scientific progress. Now, if you excuse me, I have to poop on the cat.
So McNabb said we reached out to them, Mensa, and they confirmed that she was the youngest member. And now Isla continues to read more and more words. Her mother...
There's no words on it.
Her mother said she can read over 500 words. We've honestly stopped counting.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
The couple joked that they can no longer spell out words to hide them from their child because she knows what they're spelling out.
So people who have this kind of intellect, it can be a blessing and can also be a curse in life. So I hope it plays out right for her.
Yep, absolutely. Umair Kamar vaguely remembers shoving a silver coin up a nostril as a 4-year-old and then forgot all about it. And it was never spotted despite countless sore noses and trips to the doctor. But now, at last, he has noticed a change for the better. Umair said, when I got over the shock, I felt pure relief. So apparently, he had headed downstairs at his home in South London, holding his nose as it was hurting him more than usual. He said, I could feel something hard in it. Now, his mom, Afshin, told him to blow his nose. So he went back upstairs. He held his left nostril and breathed out quickly from his right. And he came back down 15 minutes later and stood there. His mom said, and a 5-pence coin came out of his nose.
Out of his nose?
Yeah, so he had shoved it up there when he was 4 years old and just forgot about it. She said, we all just stopped eating. I can remember asking him, are you serious? I can't believe that we never knew that. At a hospital in London, he said a hospital in London had stated that young children have a fascination with inserting things in their nostrils, and a 5-pence coin are the perfect size to disappear and be forgotten. So
but the thing is enormous to not know. Yeah.
I don't know how many years later, but it was like 10 years later at least. So pretty wild. All right, and let's see. We'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. All right, here's a money shot one for you. A man on a Southwest Airlines, was arrested after reportedly airdropping a photo of himself receiving oral sex to random passengers on Saturday. A viral TikTok video showed the man, identified as Larry, as he was called out by passengers and spoken to by a member of the flight crew. In a video, Larry confesses and apologizes to the crew member and says he was just having some fun.
Hey, Larry.
In a follow-up video, the poster said that Larry continued to look at the image that he sent after he was told off. She said that Larry was escorted off the plane and that she and a few other passengers talked to investigators from the FBI. The incident occurred on a flight from Detroit to Denver. Larry was arrested upon arrival. The video showed a middle-aged man with sparse white hair and dark frame glasses sitting in an aisle seat with an iPad propped up on his tray as a female flight attendant approached him. The woman filming told the attendant, this man is airdropping inappropriate photos, and I don't think we should look at it. The flight attendant asked the man if he did, and if he is Larry, which he confirmed. She said, why are you doing that? And he goes, just having a little fun.
Come on.
The woman filming said it's sexual harassment, mainly. It's disgusting. It's assault. So the flight attendant said that that's going to be an issue, and then the video cuts off. So in a follow-up video, the woman who filmed the incident explained that she had received a request for an airdrop from Larry's iPad, and that when she accepted it, the explicit photo of Larry appeared. She said she immediately noticed that the man across the aisle from her had his iPad open and was selecting available devices to send airdrops to.
Because you get the list in your airdrop category. Now, you do have to accept, but she's like, what is this? Yeah. And just did it and didn't realize.
I've gotten that alert before, though, but I never accept them.
I've never had it from someone I don't know. I've never had it pop up randomly.
You can select.
And I wouldn't.
You can select so that it comes from contacts only. So there are 3 selections. You can turn it off, and
so
then
keep
you can
Larry in there.
Turn Larry off. Larry'd be the first one to turn off, but it's everyone contacts and then turn it off.
I think that I might have everyone open.
Have you ever got anything for Larry?
Never Larry. No. The woman asked him if he had sent the photo, and he said he did, and that he'd done it on purpose, and that he had sent it to other people. She she called the flight attendant and filmed the altercation.
It's just a little picture of my dingler getting mouthwashed.
It's just, it's just Larry having a little fun.
Just having fun on a flight. Guy, kill the time, kill the board. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the B file for you. Don't forget, we have a secret text word today. Chance for you to win tickets, a family 4-pack actually, to the 2022 Philly Balloon and Music Festival, and that is taking place this weekend in Glenmore, Chester County. There's a bunch of cool stuff going on. Obviously, the hot air balloons and food trucks and live music and all this stuff. So, tickets and info at phillyballoonfest.com.
Sounds cool.
If you want to win, text the word secret to 39333. That's all you got to do. The secret to 39333. We're going to send a word to you. I ask you to call in with the word later on. We'll also grab a random texter to give away a 4-pack as well. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. We hope you'll stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
To get it correct, we get a point if we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the newlywed game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following 3 would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. 2 different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have 2 golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have 3 golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
and they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Oh, Casey is. And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
After the
it's going to be a total at the end.
All right.
So.
Question 2. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in one one-on-one situation, in a one-on-one situation, which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
This is just saying about me. You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
You don't have that much time, so...
The guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
It
How could you? How
And waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
your lack of decorum has won you the point. So
That's
there you
right.
go.
There you
Yes.
go.
Yeah,
Nice
I think
job.
that's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
Easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. We're in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last. You gotta go,
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
You go, that's right.
yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay,
All right.
Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
that's
go.
true.
to
Good
answer
point.
this,
You're right.
Steve.
Oh, my.
You're
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think, like, right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show, or the Kathy and Steve, or Nick and Steve, and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah.
All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds.
It says this isn't quite a number 2 from the number 7 hole. I guess it's...
What?
The number 7 hole.
Yeah. Remember the diagram of, well, actually, it was a graphic photo of
with numbers.
Woman's parts and her numbers. Anyhow, so he's requesting a shout out for his wife and number 2 son. Preston gave a real nice, juicy one on air for my wife, Kim, almost 2 years ago when she delivered our firstborn, Liam, via C-section after 50 hours of laboring.
Wow.
Only to find out he was breech. God knows she damn well needed and deserved it. And thankfully, this time around, our newest addition, Luca, was able to arrive yesterday evening, or this is actually on Thursday, the 23rd, last week, via the number 5 hole.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And gave his mother a much shorter labor and well-deserved VBAC delivery experience.
VBAC.
What does VBAC stand for?
Vaginal birth. Awesome, Casey.
Okay, there you go.
Very specific.
Yeah.
The one
VBAC.
person.
Could I kindly request for Steve and Casey to give a nice, it says Tom Jones explosion for Kim and the latest. We don't have to do Tom Jones if you guys don't have it ready.
We can do it.
Latest Preston and Steve WMMR fan, Luca Anthony Gunning.
This is a baby shark.
Gadzooks and Scram. That is from Chris Gunning. So here's the shout out for you. No, we don't need to hear that.
No? Okay.
Yeah. Dave Coonley says, if you guys don't mind, can you get a shout out? Hoping you guys can squeeze a little one for my daughter, Gloria Devine. She graduated from Highland Regional High School in Blackwood, New Jersey on June 15th, and her mom and I couldn't be happier or more proud of her accomplishments. She was diagnosed with ADD years ago in grade school, and her studies have always been a struggle for her, trying to get her to focus on her schoolwork. We are beyond ecstatic. She's accomplished this huge, formidable goal, and that she now has a world of opportunity opened up before her. Thanks from Dave. That's cool. Good for you guys. Happy to hear that. All right. I have another one I'll get to that a bit later on. But I saw this article I thought was kind of interesting. And apparently, authors are starting to protest Amazon's ebook return policy that people are increasingly using to read books and then cancel the purchase, which costs the writers money. So under Amazon's policy, buyers have 7 days to cancel an accidental purchase, and some people are reading ebooks in less than 7 days, then canceling the purchase, with the practice being shared online as a, quote, life hack.
Right.
But when people do that, the income deposited for authors' royalty payments when the ebook was bought is deducted, so they don't get the money for the product that they're selling.
So somebody purchases a book on their Kindle.
Yeah.
Right? And reads it before 7 days, which is not unheard of.
No, you can do that.
You can burn through a book.
Yep.
Especially if it's like a beach book, and then you return it.
Yep.
I think that window should be a lot
Wait, so
smaller.
Okay, but then you
Why not?
you return an ebook, then you return it and it just goes off your Kindle.
They refund your purchase.
Yeah, and they take it off of your device.
As if it was because if you accidentally purchased it. They give
right,
but they're
but
giving
can
you a full 7 days seems a lot.
Can you download it though, and then you still have it? Like, or can people?
I don't know how those work. I don't go through Amazon. I get my books through Audible, but you do download those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, why not use a library? Like you can.
They're free.
You can rent ebooks from a library.
I know. My friend Will told me, he's like, dude, I found this awesome setup. It's books for free.
It's unbelievable.
At the
It's called the library.
Yeah, and you can get ebooks there, and they're
for
free.
your devices. Yeah. Well,
so let me ask you this: how does an author? How do they?
There's got to be some kind of like library association that
it's illegal.
Has an agreement with publishers. I would think.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, and
Yeah,
like
but I would
my
imagine
library
that-
gives away cocaine.
But wait, so well,
I mean, they're doing all sorts of illegal stuff.
my library is no, I'm not going to go there. But anyway, what was I saying? Okay, so when we would go to the library,
Right.
and then you would take books out and then you would return them. With the ebooks, does it then disappear? Maybe it disappears off of your Kindle
It
after.
does.
Okay, so if that's the case, then really the authors are only if it was a printed book, they're really only giving them say 1 or 2 if that's all that's carried in the. You know what I mean? So to them, I would imagine that's worth it.
Yeah, you're renting a book, but you're just renting an electronic version of it.
Oh.
It's you can call it a life hack, but it's stealing.
Yes,
it is.
This Amazon thing.
Real quick,
Yeah.
before I
No,
go
not
back,
that.
it's funny that that you had mentioned a library, Nick, because I got a great email from somebody that says, "Hey guys, I don't know if you're aware." And they're talking to me specifically, but I live near a top-notch library. I know you've mentioned being a Stephen King fan on the air before, but I really just wanted to pass along about this great community resource, and I believe we're starting a D&D club as well. This is the Indian Valley Public Library. I've never been there.
Right.
It says there's a lot to do here: books, music, movies, clubs and events, blood drives, yoga, volunteer opportunities, and more. We have things available online too. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Ooh.
Somebody squealed.
Send me that info.
And they put together a video that showcases the resources. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll check that out in a minute. That's from Nick Hagdorn, who's the development officer there. So, all right, I'll check that out.
I had heard something similar, and you can call it a life hack, you can call it stealing, whatever you want. But people would go out and buy a big TV for the Super Bowl.
Right, yeah.
And then watch the Super Bowl and then return the TV the next day or two.
So that's what I wanted to throw out here. Like, what have you or heard of or have done that you buy, use, and then return? Because there are some things.
There are people who do it all the time with different things.
That you can do that. I bought some musical instruments recently, some cymbals and drums and things like that. And I was asking the guy, I'm like, okay, what's the policy on this? Let's say I get this home and I mix it in with my other equipment. I play it and I don't like the way it sounds. I have used it. I've hit it. I've, put a little wear on it. And he's like, no, you got like, 2 weeks or whatever to get it back in. I'm like, okay, good.
Do you know
but I
does it
could
all
have
the time?
used it, buy it, play a gig, return it,
Who does it all the time is wardrobe providers for photo shoots. A lot of times they'll go to a store.
The stylist?
Right.
Oh my God.
Is that like a standard?
It's a standard, and I don't know how they get away with it. Like, I'm not sure how.
They go get the clothing, and I guess they keep whatever they keep.
Yeah, well, you guys know my best friend is a stylist, and she, buys hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars worth of clothing. They will wear it. Now, she won't return things like underwear or bathing suits or anything like that. Like, usually she'll buy those cheap, and then the girls just keep that.
Right.
But like clothing, yeah, like she'll go back and return hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. Now, there are companies that she has a deal with where that's the agreement, and they know she's bringing it back. But there are certainly other places where she's just returning hundreds of dollars worth. Now, they also didn't wear it like out to a bar or a party or a wedding or whatever it is. It
or
was,
a mud run.
It was for 10 minutes for whatever the show is, and then it gets returned.
What about you? Have you ever done? I'm loath to return things just in general.
Me too.
So you don't impress me as the returning kind of guy.
No, but in my earlier days to cut corners, I might have done something like that. I just don't ever remember doing that.
Do people do it with formal wear? Because and we've rented tuxes from our friend at Akabuchi, right? Is that how you pronounce it? Akabuchi, yeah, and that's fine. But I wonder if people will buy like a prom dress and return that.
No, Nick, there's they go to measures. I mean, I'm sure somebody has found a way to get around it, but they go to measures to make sure that you can't do that. So there's a lot of them have a special tag on them that you can't, even if you had the device to reattach it, it's a separate string. It's a different type of string. And then they also put these, they're very thick. It's almost like a sensor that doesn't get taken off when you leave the store. They put that.
Wow.
And so you would almost not be able to wear the dress with that in there because you could either see it or it feels weird. And so once that's cut out, that's it.
Gotcha.
I wonder, there's got to be people out there who will go out for a meal, eat half of it, knowing full well.
Send it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's akin to the, with bringing a bug with you and putting it. I mean, that's an old rip-off thing. But you did use part of it. You didn't return the whole thing.
Let me try this and see what you guys think. So I'm going to go to Paul here. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, rock and roll.
Well done, Paul. We'll give you one of those. All right, what have you done as far as buying something, using it, and returning it?
Yeah, so I'm from Delco, and a couple times I've bought hand trucks to purchase appliances or large equipment out of Delaware. and then just to save on sales tax, and then I return it, the next day when I'm done.
So just using it one time, there's no real wear and tear that you've put on it. You're
Nope,
probably
you get
not
a
going to
new
use it
fridge,
again.
Just pick it up and then return it when you're done.
I don't hate that.
I mean,
save you some money, man.
Yeah. Next time, say you're from Bucksco, though.
Listen, and you have a horrible narcotic habit.
I mean, because think about it. Paul buys this thing. He's not going to use it for years and years and years, maybe never again. You know what I mean?
What about rentals? So can you go to like a Home Depot or a Lowe's or any place that might have something like that? And are there rentals for that kind of equipment?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I
Right?
mean, there's
'Cause you
a
can
ton
rent
of different
tools.
rentals.
Right. Yeah, you can rent tools
I
and
bought
things like that.
a fence panel from Lowe's last year, and I'm an idiot. Okay, you guys know me for a long time. I couldn't fit it in the car, so I had to strap it to the roof, but I didn't have straps for the roof, so I ended up buying straps. I could have returned them because I will never use these straps ever again in my life.
You can't say never.
Well, you're right about that, but a year later, I still haven't used them or found a need to use them. But I they were good straps. They're probably, I don't know, $20, $30 or something like that. I could have returned them. I did.
There's a lot you could return, but have you returned things that you...
Not like that.
All right.
No, I've never, as far as I can remember, because I am far from being a perfect person, but as far as I can remember, I have never done anything like that where I purposely returned something after using it, knowing full well that
Purchase
I was
with the
gonna
knowledge you're going to return it.
I remember one time I bought running sneakers and I ran in them, and I didn't like the way they felt. The problem was I ran on a track with them, and the track ended up putting this like clay type of
it doesn't matter. You can if
I scrubbed them. I got a scrub brush.
Yeah, but you don't even have to. You can take them back. So you guys are thinking when you guys know I'm the queen of returns.
Yeah.
So when you're returning something that it's going right back on the shelf and they're going to put it there as new. That's not always the case, and they know that. They know when you're bringing items back. They're going to inspect it before they put it out on their shelf. If it is as new and it wasn't used, it will probably go on the shelf. If it was, Casey, like your sneakers, they have all different kinds of, different things that they do with returned items. It's not always going back on the shelf as new.
Some text coming in. This one says, bought a ladder, change a high light bulb, returned it the next day.
I don't know if I could do that.
But for that, you tried it and it didn't work out. Or do you know what I'm saying? As far as returning it, it was one day. What use?
This ladder doesn't work. What do you mean?
No, but I'm just saying, like, there wasn't. It's not like you're taking it back and it's heavily used.
Did it allow you to get higher than you were when you bought it?
There are a number of people texting in about things like from Home Depot, a lot of tools that it may be cheaper to go and purchase it.
I would say
use it once and then return it.
Again, I think out of deference to the business or the people that are employed by the business, and I get it. I don't think you're a hardcore felon if you return something, but if there is the possibility of renting, well,
they offer those services. Like Home Depot, you can rent from.
There you go.
So why not do that?
Right. Casey, this is what you were saying earlier. His text says, had a huge Super Bowl party for Eagles at a community center with about 200 people catered. Bought projector and surround sound, returned it the next day.
Oh, boy.
So I guess some people will do that, yeah.
That just seems like such a hassle. Like, I wouldn't... doing returns is not... the stores make it easy, but, it's still, I don't know, time out of your day, like taking down a whole sound system and a TV and all that. That's too much.
Or, but, how much money would that cost, Steve? How many,
For a
few
full...
grand?
Yeah, if you're doing a full system, yeah.
Let's go to a couple of calls here. And, let me go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Pork chop sandwiches.
Pork chop sandwiches?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so my kids are in their 20s now, but we used to take, a couple road trips when they were younger, 15 years ago, before you could download movies to your phone and do all that with laptops. So I used to go to Target or Walmart and buy those screens that go in the back of the seats in the back of the car.
Yeah.
Because I had an older car. I probably did that a dozen times. We would take 2 trips a year, and I would just buy them, use them for the trip, pack them back up, take them back to the store.
Did you ever get any crap on that, Matt? From would the store give you any trouble, or was it just
No,
effortless?
not at all. I took care of them. I saved the box, saved everything, used them. You know, you have to bring the DVDs with you, plug it in, the kids could watch them, take the trip, whatever, drive to Florida, come back.
For
put
as
back in
many
the box.
times as you used it, did the notion of ever purchasing it enter your mind?
No.
Okay.
I was too cheap.
Okay,
All right.
yeah.
Thanks, man. By the way, a text coming in saying Home Depot has started to catch on. It says, I personally am not allowed to return things to the depot anymore.
There you go.
So they were doing it.
That's what I was wondering. If you are
Doing
a
it too often.
recidivist off the charts, they're probably going to get you. They're going to notice your trend, and they're going to nip that in the proverbial bud.
Preston, did you see the one that came in that said they rented they bought, quote unquote, an air conditioner for a few months in the summer?
No.
Yeah, and so I don't know if it was a big box store or whatever, but the return policy was 3 months. They kept it for 3 months and then returned it.
3 months?
And they used it throughout the summer, yeah.
Wow, okay.
The return policy, though, if Home Depot is catching on, that's got to be excessive because, I mean,
Yes.
I literally shop online and I get stuff and, you know, I would say half, if not more, gets returned. Now, I'm not wearing it out and returning it. It's fully new. But, I mean, if they're looking just at returns, I might be in trouble.
Yeah.
Remember that Amazon guy returned, like, so much stuff that they banned him from returning?
Yeah. I think this guy, though, if you're going to Home Depot all the time and you're buying, you know, a
Big priced
circular
items.
saw a few times.
Yeah.
What they might figure out, you just gotta buy one
Yeah.
and keep it. Let me go next to Steve. Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
I was calling. This is a kind of a family story where one of my cousins, who was a little more well off to do, I think he a couple of years ago was backpacking and traveling with some friends and went to rent a car, and they couldn't actually. The rental car place was out, so they went across the street to a dealership and he bought a car. And they basically drove it around for where they had to go for the whole weekend and then returned it and sold it back to another car dealership.
Oh, so he resold it?
Yes. I
Okay.
have no idea, like, the numbers. It was some generic kind of sedan, but obviously probably sold it for a lot less than he bought it. But, yes.
Unless he like bought it pre-owned, I don't know.
Right. All right, thanks, Steve. I don't know how that would work out. By the way, Nick pulled this up. REI has a 1-year return policy, no receipt, no questions.
I've used that, but it's just for products that weren't great or whatever, and I felt like returning. But I don't know. It seems like there's a bit of an understanding with a company like REI. Like you're not going to hopefully take advantage of that, and so it seems to me like there's this sort of they get what you're doing and you get what they're doing, and you don't want to abuse that system.
Nordstrom has I don't think there is a limit on it. You could have if you have something that is 3 years old,
Really?
you can return
Because
it.
LL Bean stopped that practice.
They did, yeah. That was lifetime.
That was any time ever in the lifetime of the product you could return it.
Yeah.
I have Maui Jim sunglasses, and the reason that I bought those is because they have a really good return policy. My mom worked at a store where that was the brand that they sold, and they had cool looking shades and everything. And sure enough, I tried it out one time because one of the things or one of the bands snapped on it, and it was a little bit of a process to go through. But they had to inspect it, and make sure that there wasn't anything that that looked like you did it on purpose or something along those lines.
Right.
That encourages brand loyalty. Like you remember that you like Maui Jim and that you want to buy, next time you need a pair of sunglasses, you're going to buy from them. Same thing with REI. Like I'm going to go back to that store knowing if I really need to, I can return.
This is a sort of a little life hack that I learned with sunglasses. If you scratch your lens or something happens to it, you can often, I'm sure it's certain companies, but you can often send it into them and they'll just replace that lens. Like you don't need to go buy, or if the lens cracks or something, you don't need to go buy all new frames. They'll just replace the lens for you.
And that's most sunglasses?
It's a lot of brands,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I think I could take advantage of it. I just don't think to do that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't know.
Because oftentimes you'll just go out and buy.
Right.
But I had a pair. The way I found out, I had a pair that I loved, and I dropped them on the ground, and I couldn't wear them. Like the scratches were just so deep, and I called the company and because they didn't sell it anymore. And I'm like, look, you don't sell this frame anymore, and I love it. And they were like, oh, send it back. It was like, it was a decent priced pair of sunglasses. It was like $25 to get the lenses replaced.
But what does suck is when you're buying something and whatever it is, you're like, I'm just going to use this one time. I know it. This is, the rarity of, for whatever reason, I need to get this. This feels like a waste. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And nothing is coming to mind, but I know I've had that many times going, all right, I guess I got to get this, you know?
And you just eat it.
You just get it,
yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right, so I could buy a riding lawnmower today, use it for the rest of the summer, take it back and say that I didn't like the way it mowed, and
what, 90-day policy or something, or 60-day?
To me, that just does not feel right. And
I think it's wrong to do that.
I am not a pure person.
Right.
You know, I am not
But
pure.
you're
evil.
But you really want a riding mower, though.
I really want to, and I'm on Home Depot right now. No, but all right, so
Because it's not right.
it's not right, Kath.
It doesn't feel right because it's not.
So here's something that didn't feel right, but
It's like every time you go into a bank with a gun and take money. It's
it's not
doesn't
right.
feel right.
even if you don't point it at anybody.
Yeah, and it's not loaded.
I bought it's like it's a planter box that you put grow vegetables in and everything like that. It's like like table size. So I was putting it together, and there were 4 pieces that were missing. It was these like nut bolt combinations.
Right.
It just was not in the box. Called the company and said, "Hey, I need you guys to send me these nuts and these bolts." They said, "Hang on one second." They got back on the line with me and said, "We can't send you these. We're just
nuts."
they didn't have those extra parts, so they sent me a whole new thing to put together.
Right.
And they said that I didn't have to return the other one. And so I was like, "Are you sure I don't have to return
They
it?"
do that a lot.
Really?
They tell you to donate it.
Oh, I donated it to myself.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a good policy, but people will take advantage of stuff like that.
Well, we got started on this conversation because Amazon's ebook return policy says that you have a week to return this. It's on the accidental purchase. You can cancel it. And so people are buying books, reading them, returning them, and then the author doesn't get the money. So let me go to Chris because Chris wants to comment on that. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yahoo!
Yes. Here we go. What's up, Chris?
Hi, yeah, I'm a member of a book club, and so, sometimes the e-books from the library, there's a long wait list. I think they have just, a certain number of subscriptions that they allow. The best kept secret by getting the audiobooks on Amazon and, canceling my subscription. I am not proud to say that I do that. And I also, sometimes I'll purchase clothes, and if the tag's on the inside, I can wear it and maybe take it off, but if it's on the outside, then I can't. I try to meticulously take it off. Doesn't always work. But.
Well, let me tell you. So, on the point of the Odyssey books, Preston, or the audiobooks, I get so many credits for purchasing a new book. You know what I'm talking about? You get it through Amazon.
Well, I do it through, Audible. So I get, I think, 3 credits per month on the subscription service that I'm on.
I get a ton of them, and I'm always getting books, and I use them a lot to buy, to buy those audiobooks. So I guess that's a way to help mitigate people. I mean, but you can only listen in real time unless you speed it up and listen as fast as you can. But I think they have to make a modification to the 7-day policy.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I have Paul with a comment. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey.
What's up,
you guys
bud?
rock.
Thank you. Appreciate that, sir. What's up, buddy?
So I used to work for a big retail chain that is no longer really around. But
Well, you can say their name if they're no longer around if you want.
It's Sears.
What?
That's where America shops.
How dare you say that?
I worked in the tool and lawn department when I was in college. I actually worked at the one in Exton Mall. People would buy a lawnmower in April and return it in October.
Oh, come on. Come on.
And was the policy covered? Did it cover that?
Yep.
Wow.
They covered it. They got a full return.
Damn. Okay. That's their fault, I guess.
Yeah, coming fully
back in, and we couldn't say anything to them, and it's like,
wow.
Now I got to.
That's the season and then some. I mean, that's that's plenty. Wow.
That's full
I got to clean the thing, and then we're reselling it for half the price as it's
Sure.
item.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting. All right.
The
Thanks,
balls
Paul.
on some people.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? You know what I did once. So I bought this. It was this jacket or whatever, and I wore it a few times. I washed it, and after washing it, it did not come out well. Like it looked very worn. I almost was like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to throw this out. So I bought another one. Right. And then I took the old one back to the store, and the girl totally 100% called me out. And she was like, listen, you don't need to pretend that this is the new one you bought. She goes, if you just bring this back, she goes, this product should not do this. We will give you your money back for it. And I was like,
Oh, my God.
I was like, all right, that sounds good. I'll keep that in mind.
That
next
is
time.
not what happened.
Are you calling me a liar?
You think you're so smart.
Oh, my
She
God.
totally called me out. I was like, I ran out of the store as fast as I could. I was like, yeah, okay, thank you, see ya.
And did you get a new one?
Well, I had already.
Dennis, we have to move.
I'd already bought the new one. I'd already bought the new one.
Okay, I gotcha. By the way, Nick, is this true? I don't remember this. It says, didn't Nick's dad return slippers that were 50 years old?
No.
No,
It was my grandfather. God, don't insult my dad like that. It was his dad.
Was that Eddie Bauer? Or what was that?
That was
Or, no, LL Bean.
It was
That's
LL Bean. Yeah, it was my grandpa Ed, who was. So it's funny because generationally, Ed McElwain was like the cheapest / thriftiest, and then my dad is a little bit better, and I'm a little bit better than my dad.
How are your brothers?
Better than me,
Okay.
and then my son is fine. So we're trending in the
worked
right
its
direction.
way out.
Yeah.
However, it is there's a Scottish heritage to it.
Yeah,
I
man.
have part. That's a long-standing perception.
There is
frugality.
a fine line between frugality and thriftiness and being cheap. My grandfather was not cheap; he just was thrifty. And
I've had these for 50 years.
Also,
I'm not sure I like them.
Not for nothing. I think that's like a Depression generation thing too.
Oh,
like people,
absolutely.
People that grew up during the Depression, they would find ways to get, what do they call them, Steve? Victory gardens,
right?
Like they would find ways to save whatever money they could wherever they could.
Here's a text. Our friend Kyle Seep, who sells these cast iron skillets, he gave me one recently.
Right.
Says, this is Cast Iron Kyle. People buy my skillets from me, use them for YouTube video, and then return them.
Oh, come on.
Most
man.
of the time, they package them improperly. And the day I lost the rest of his message.
The night they drove old Dixie down.
The night they
That's a
drove.
good song.
So anyway, but yeah, I guess.
Well, Preston, not only with the clothing, with the stylist on a set, people who do props and lay out dishes and stuff like that. Any of that stuff is a lot of times just purchased and returned. When you return it, though, put it in its original shipping, its bag, its whatever it is. You got to at least, if you're going to return it and do that scam, at least bring it back the right way.
Let me go to Norm. Hey, Norm. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Norm?
I'm probably your oldest regular listener. I'm 77 years old.
Wow, man, that's awesome.
I love it, buddy.
Hey, my brother-in-law used to buy a snowblower every fall. And, of course, a lot of winters we didn't get snow. So he'd leave it in the box in the garage and take it back in the spring.
So if there was he would have a completely unwrapped boxed snowblower just in case. And if it didn't snow, he'd just return that box.
No, he wouldn't return. He'd only return it if he didn't use it.
Right.
Yeah, if it
Which is kind of weird, Norm, because it's still brand new.
Yeah.
And why return it?
Because he didn't need it.
Okay.
Until next fall.
But if he just kept it, he would
could use
probably
it.
use it next fall.
Yeah, but he'd be out the money.
He wasn't right in the head, was he, Norm?
He used to bathe at the moon.
All right. Thank you, Norm.
Yeah,
we
I
appreciate
appreciate
you
it.
checking in, bud. Take care, man. Let me go next to Matt. Hey, Matt. Oh, I didn't have you turned up. Matt, you're on the air now. Hey, bud.
Bajmir.
Bajmir. Rim job.
Yeah, you're saying it backwards, by the way, man.
Yeah.
All right, what's up, Matt? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, we have to hear it. Okay. Rim job. Thank you. By the way, Casey and I are working on a new Bass Ackwards.
A new way to play it.
Contest,
Yeah.
which maybe we'll have it by next week. We'll see. All right, go ahead, Matt.
So it wasn't me, but I was there with my cousin. We were skiing out in Breckenridge, and he forgot his ski pants and only had jeans. I don't know if you've ever skied in jeans, but you get pretty wet.
Yeah.
So he decided, oh, you know what? I need a new pair anyway. I'll just grab a pair at the shop. And we went in, and the cheapest pair they had was like $120.
So these are ski pants?
Ski pants.
Okay.
Yep. And he's like, there's no way in hell I'm paying $120 for ski pants. So he made his own rental policy and skied in a pair all day that he bought, kept the tags tucked in the pocket, and then returned them at the end of the day. No question.
All right, that's the scam. That's the routine.
It's a move
Thanks,
I just
Matt.
can't pull off.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, I do see this as not very cool to the authors. You know, this is their product. This is where they've worked on this. They're making their money. They put in the time and effort. They're selling this product.
Yeah.
And
It's very
and it's
direct.
being completely taken away from them because it's a digital form and they don't get the credit. So it's, you know, kind of an underhand move.
Well, buy the book and then return a snowblower.
Yeah.
So there you go.
There you go.
I can return this snowblower.
Marissa sent a message. People are asking for Cast Iron Kyle's info and we'll post that link on PrestonSteve.com. You can search him on Instagram, Cast Iron Kyle. He brought me a really cool skillet. All right, anyhow, I think we need to take a break. There was something I was going to do before we took a break. Well, I'm going to remind you that we do have a secret text word. We have a chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets for the 2022 Philly Balloon and Music Festival, which is this weekend in Glenmore, Chester County. So text word secret to 39333. There's 40 hot air balloons, really cool live music.
That's awesome.
The whole deal, and we'll get a winner in just a little while. Oh, you want me to do this?
Yeah, why not?
All right. All right, we have an advanced screening of Thor: Love and Thunder a week from today, 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. And we will take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. This is an IMAX screening, by the way.
Doesn't get any better than that.
And we will set you up, and you'll be one of the first people to see Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm stoked for this movie. For another chance to win, click contest, WMMR.com. The movie opens in theaters everywhere Friday, July 8th. So we'll take that 17th caller. We'll set you up. We'll take a break, come back in a second. A couple of guests, Jack Osborne and John Anderson of the band Yes, who's going to be performing in town in July. They'll be joining us. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Enjoy your long
All right. So where are we here now?
Casey. Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right. We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple sclerosis.
That's it. It's her saying it's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep. Love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch
Really?
dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing! I didn't right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it. Listen,
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Here a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and
ranch
I'm like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck,
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little.
I just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio,
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points?
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now, while Christmas is a
Why
money,
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think though the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween.
all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick.
yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside. And I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
Fall activities.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ
This
on
is
this.
Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks?
The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So,
So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People
in.
writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay, this is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think, but like first date, 1 week, no, 2 week, no, 3 weeks, no, 4 weeks, I think is a nice safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa! Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
getting intimate
yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right. Then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Oh, Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
We have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah, I
We'll
got
start
this
with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
when you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay, Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay, and what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip
like
based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Wow.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking,
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I learned anything. I'm Harry Knuckles walking down the street, seeing what the scene is all over town. But there were a couple stories I wanted to make sure I got to today. One of them is interesting.
That's the journalist inside of you.
This is from 6 ABC. Action News had this on their website. But apparently a popular sport is putting neighbors in the Chestnut Hills section of Philadelphia in a bit of a pickle.
Okay, what's going on here?
People who live behind the Water Tower Recreation Center claim that the sport of pickleball is so loud that it is breaking the city's noise ordinance.
Oh, okay. Is it that loud?
Apparently it is for these people. I have been around pickleball being played. I want to play. I want to start doing it myself. It looks like a lot of fun.
It does.
There's actually a couple of courts down in Manioc, and so as you walk around, you can hear them playing it.
They're everywhere now. The courts.
Pickleball's all the rage.
They have them at my swim club, but I have never. I don't hear it.
Pickled?
No, I've never pickled, but I don't hear it. I don't think of it as a loud sport.
It is
so this is kind of shocking.
Like the rackets themselves are like they're paddles.
Yeah.
And you're hitting like
plastic.
wiffle, like a hard plastic ball. So yeah, I mean I don't know how late they're playing into the evening.
Well, think of the sound of a pickle, and think of that amplified.
No,
A little bit louder than
I think
that.
maybe along with it becomes maybe some yelling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You're playing a game, you're playing
okay.
a sport. So I'm not 100% sure, Casey, but I'm assuming that factors into it as well.
There is, because there is a lot of the gameplay between the four individuals it's pretty kinetic.
Yeah.
I have a whole pickleball set. It was in my car up until just a couple of days ago. We could have been playing in the parking lot right
You've
now.
been
if we wanted
de-pickled?
to. No, I just brought them down the shore.
By the way, did you guys see our basketball courts are being
Yeah.
fenced in?
Well, so Kathy,
In One Ballot Plaza,
So
they're
you'll-
building fences around it.
Fences are I think they were redoing it. They're
Yeah,
making
they're
it like a multi-sport
Yeah.
court, but I didn't know they're putting a fence there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's huge posts
There's
to go up like 10, 12 feet tall. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So they're going to fence it in.
It'll be for just people in the building.
yeah, maybe Kathy, you saw
Probably.
last week or 2 weeks ago.
So we talked about it, and we were saying that people who don't work here play on it. And Casey was saying, "Oh, I don't like this," and I said, "It doesn't bother me. Like, why? Let the kids go play there. It's okay."
And then
we came in on a Monday, and I looked over, and I was like, "What is that?" It was the entire court covered in trash.
Yeah.
Like bottles, Gatorade, and it wasn't even like beer or anything like that. It was like Gatorade bottles, water bottles. Like they clearly
People
had
leaving stuff,
some
yeah.
maybe some sort of tournament or something. But I mean, they couldn't even pick that up.
pick it up.
No,
So
I mean,
I
listen.
pointed it out to Casey, and he was like, "See, I told you."
Here's the deal. Like, and I don't want to give any of those, I assume kids an out, but maybe have a couple of trash cans and recycling bins there.
For them.
You know, but also, come on, just clean up after yourself.
Yeah, exactly. All right, anyhow, back to pickleball.
Back to pickleball.
Players say that the courts are the only place that they have to play the game, but a neighbor, Joe O'Donnell, says it's as loud as a rock concert.
No, it's not.
Come on.
He says he doesn't open his windows 9 months out of the year. And he said...
What's the month he opens his windows?
He said, we want them to enforce the law. That's all. Make them stop making so much noise. That's all. Now, a person who lives in the neighborhood and frequently plays on the courts, Scratchy is his name.
Scratchy.
Scratchy said... They bought near a recreation center. That's the part that I don't understand. If I buy near a bar and the bar is at the corner, that's what I'm going to get.
I get that.
That's what Scratchy
Like if
says.
you buy a house near an airport, you're gonna hear airplanes.
But if you don't expect tennis courts essentially to be noisy.
So what time are what is the cutoff for play on the?
Well, they've now I think put some rules in for the time frame and when you can play. Pickleball players can use the courts between 4 and 8 p.m. The courts are open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays and they're closed on Sundays. So that the city's getting involved. They're setting a seasonal schedule.
All right.
For when the courts can be used, and for the summer during the week, the courts are closed during the day for a tennis camp.
So you can pickle up to 8.
8
p.m.
Oh, 8 p.m., yes.
All right.
So neighbors claim the sport is so loud it breaks the city's noise ordinance, which qualifies excessive noise as 5 decibels above normal background levels. That's typically anywhere from 60 to 80 decibels in an urban neighborhood. Action News used a decibel noise tracker,
Nick can scream louder than that.
finding one game registered at 79. So that sounds like it's in the range. Oh
I mean,
my
if I
God.
constantly heard that, I would be annoyed
Yep.
too.
So, according to, let's see here, Braden Keith, an avid pickleball player who's been working with the rec center on finding solutions, said we have had some people come out and do some sound analysis, and it's been 70 to 75 decibels is what we've read. One idea they had was soundproofing the fence. Another is flipping the tennis courts and pickleball courts so the game would be further away from the houses, and it could cost as much as $100,000.
Okay, it seems like it seems reasonable.
Work on something.
I'm not just $100,000.
Where did the popularity of pickleball come from? Like,
I don't
like
know.
out of nowhere.
Out of
and
nowhere,
this
right?
everyone talks about the sport.
We read about its invention one time on the air. It was like a family. It was like a backyard thing, if I recall.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was a while ago. It might have been the 1980s or something like that. And it just slowly over time.
So it's sort of sitting there.
And I think it's cool because tennis can be. Listen, if you can't run around that much,
Right.
it might be too much for you physically to do. It's not really a hard sport in hitting the ball, but it's the running the court that can really
Right.
wipe you out.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a smaller version of tennis and a bigger version of ping pong.
Yeah.
That's
My
great.
mother-in-law started playing this pre-pandemic. So this is probably in the fall of 2019, maybe. And so it was just these other retirees were down I think she had ridden her bike past these people playing it and was a little bit interested and started. And then next
They
thing you
closed
know,
their MMA studio, so they have nothing to do.
She was playing every single day. So, I mean, this has been going on for a couple of years.
Huh.
I like, you know what I like? I like badminton. I haven't played badminton since I was probably in my early 20s. You know what I like about it? You can hit the crap out of that thing. You can shoot it like 50 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
And it's
I do
fun.
love it. Yeah, we were
volleyball,
playing it over the weekend, and I have it breaks down quickly, so you're not running the strings and all that stuff. It's like a freestanding thing that you just break down and move. So
I bought
love
one, never used it. I thought about maybe at the beach, but a lot of times it's
too windy.
It's so windy.
You've got to have
the
perfect situation for badminton. You got a gentle breeze is fine, but if you're playing, forget it if you're playing into the wind.
Yeah.
You guys, are me and Nick Murphy the only ones who've played ping pong on our ping pong board?
Here, yes.
Yes, you are.
Not ever.
Yeah.
We're the only ones in the history of everybody.
Somebody in our company sent out an email I saw the other day. They're starting a tennis and ping pong.
What?
gathering. Did you guys see that?
Is there a tennis court on the parking lot?
I think it was one of the sales guys. I saw it too, Preston. I was
I'm not
interested
sure
in it.
why the tennis thing. I didn't know.
Max Rothstein. I don't know Max, but he's the.
Oh, yeah, I know Max.
He won Wimbledon.
He is. He's the senior marketing specialist here at Beasley Media Group, and he sent out. There's like this spreadsheet and Google on Google and friendly competition for ping pong or tennis at the local courts. So yeah, I'd like to.
What are the local courts?
I don't know.
Right down the street.
Maybe
I think
on
there's
Belmont?
one down on Belmont. There's a softball field.
Oh, it's a
baseball
park.
Field. Yeah, I think there might be a tennis court there.
Interesting.
Don't quote me on that.
What time does that happen?
I'll check out the spreadsheet.
By the way, I
Right
sent
back. Kathy is very interesed.
Kathy
Yeah,
wants in.
please contact Kathy
All
Romano.
right. So today it happened already.
Oh, man.
7 a.m. to 7:45.
Okay, how'd she do?
But
Oh, I'm signing up for that.
Kathy lost
I gotta
that
go,
one.
guys.
7 to 7:45.
Well, on Wednesdays, but on Monday,
forfeited.
on Monday there's 1 p.m. to 1:20, and then on Friday there's 1 p.m. to 1:20 as well. So we could play after the show on Monday.
Just 20 minutes of play?
Well, just like that's the sign-up sheet.
Oh, I got you.
I sent you guys a nice tennis video this morning. I don't know if all of
Wait,
you
I
saw
didn't
it or
watch
not.
it.
Oh, you didn't watch it yet?
No.
You've got to watch
Oh
it.
my God.
Is it long?
I found it on Twitter, actually, via fark.com, and it was not fart, F-A-R-K.com. And it's because Wimbledon's going on, it's a male stripper from like the 1980s, but doing a tennis routine thing. Oh my God.
It's great.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Believe it or not, I hate Wimbledon so much.
Why?
Because when in the 80s, when Wimbledon was on, HBO aired it. And so every single time I would turn on HBO, Wimbledon would be on, and I wouldn't be able to watch like movies. And so
like Short Circuit 2.
Right?
Yeah.
But like as a kid, I'm like, oh God, stupid tennis. And like HBO is one of my favorite channels. So as a result, I have hated Wimbledon ever since.
I'm glad you actually mentioned Wimbledon because I saw a story, Stephen. I know that you, for a long time, you played tennis and you were a follower of tennis. And I saw this 2-time, and I don't follow sport at all anymore. There was a time where I did really pay attention to tennis. But 2-time Wimbledon champion Andy Murray used did you see this? Used a little underhand serve.
I did not.
Which is totally unheard of. So his opponent, he was playing Australia's James Duckworth, and he noticed that he was standing further back in the back area to receive the serve. And so he just does a little tap, underhand tap, and it's a legitimate serve.
Oh wow!
And it took him off guard. He didn't. He returned it, but he ended up losing the point.
So I want that's it.
But there was a big controversy around
about
it
whether
because-
that was legal. What did they decide?
People were saying that it is legal, but people thought it was quote unquote disrespectful.
Oh, shut up!
Kathy's watching the video. Yeah, this is a video I sent in the mail. It is the best. He's humping the tennis racket.
I mean, it is the tennis equivalent of the hidden ball trick in baseball, right? You gotta pay attention.
Oh my God!
Is that not one of the best videos you've ever seen?
Can you post that on PrestonSteve.com, Nick?
Yeah, Marissa's
Oh my
taking care of
God.
it. It's called, what is it called? Brian, the tennis player.
Yeah, and the Twitter account is Found Footage Fest. You know,
that's
our
great.
former intern and your former babysitter, Preston Devon, is in Wimbledon right now. Her husband's a tennis
pro.
coach. Yeah, and
Oh,
he's a
really?
coach, and one of the people that he's coaching is actually in Wimbledon in the tournament. So she's there right now.
I think we're watching a video of him, right?
Yes.
Wow, he's talented.
He's good.
He's svelte.
Yeah.
He's not classically muscular. This is
No.
He's,
Wait, and then
he's actually very feminine looking.
And then they zoom in
To his crotch?
To his crotch against the racket.
There's only so much you can do with a racket that's like
Sexual?
Yeah. At one point, he's got like the shaft of the racket like around his neck. I'm like, what is okay?
Most of it involves humping.
Yeah.
All right, well, anyhow, Steve, so you need to see this guy, Andy Murray, and the serve. It threw him off.
That would have. Yeah, that'd blow me away.
We're watching it on this side. Casey watch. He kind of looks in. Boop, done. Serve. Guy had to run way up to get it.
move.
So yeah, it was a really good move. All right. Anyhow, we are doing the city beat. So the reason we were talking about tennis is because the pickleball. Because
Wimbledon is here.
No, because of the pickleball story that's out of Chestnut Hill. I saw another local story. Miller Lite is honoring women in the beer industry this 4th of July weekend with a limited edition can featuring the nation's first known professional female brewer, and she was from Philadelphia.
No way.
A woman named Mary, how would you pronounce this last name? L-I-S-L-E.
Smith.
Lizzle?
Lyle.
Lizzo.
Lyle.
Oh, Lyle might be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mary Lyle will have her name and portrait displayed on the cans of Miller Lite.
That's excellent.
Which also have an emblem that says there's no beer without women. And the company is debuting the cans this Thursday. So tomorrow with a happy hour at Devil's Den on 11th Street from 5 to 8 p.m. It's a private event. It's free to attend, but those looking to go must register online.
This is a better
and I'll tell
saying-
you a little bit about her in a moment.
The original saying was you can't get women without beer, and they changed that.
Yeah.
There's no beer without women. That's great. Do you think they'll honor Hoppy Floppy at all?
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
She has large boobs. She
does.
Maybe they will. Miller Lite is also donating $5 to the Pink Boots Society, a nonprofit that supports women in the brewing industry, for every case sold on its website between now and July 4th.
The artwork of Mary on the can is very well done. It's kind of a nice antique sort of look to it.
Goes with the can.
Yes, it does.
So Lyle, if that's how you pronounce her last name, became the first professional female brewer in the 13 colonies in 1734. Wow. When she took over the Edinburgh Brew House, which was founded by her father, Henry Baddock, in 1685. She ran the business on the east side of 2nd Street near Dock Street until 1751.
No daughter of mine is going to brew beer.
And she... At the time, it was considered very scandalous. She was part of a rich community of beer manufacturers.
No daughter of mine's going to brew beer. By God.
She was a community of beer manufacturers in Philadelphia.
But I'm good at it, Father.
At the time.
Doesn't matter.
At the time, the city was home.
You'll be considered a trollop.
By gum.
By gummy bear.
The city was home to over 100 breweries, more than anywhere else in the colonies, and nearly twice as many as runner-up New York City. So we really have had the corner on beer for a long time.
And when people come to the area, and like beer aficionados, there's a lot to be found here, and their eyes get wide and glaze over with joy.
The city's strong reputation for beer was partly due to Badcock.
Yeah.
What was that, Casey?
Is that him?
5 years.
Oh, this is the beer scene from Django.
I thought it was
Unchained.
maybe just the beer. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's him serving up
These
the beer.
days, I practice a new profession.
You can hear him pouring the beer.
Yeah.
All right, anyhow, the city's strong reputation for beer was partly due to Badcock. William Penn bought nearly 50,000 pints of beer from him between December of 1699 and March 1701.
This is, okay.
But Lyle may have been the first professional female brewer in what became the United States, but she wasn't the first woman to make beer in the colonies. By the time she got started, there was already a decades-long tradition of housewives making brews for family and friends, but she was the first professional brewer in the United States.
That's amazing. That's actually something very, very cool.
And then, Steve, by the roaring 1920s, there were brewers all over the place.
Across this country, from the west coast to the east coast, young ladies are stepping up to brew beer. This little lady has some sort of social disease. I don't know why I mentioned that. You can't see it under her large garments, but I thought it might be of interest to you.
Oh, just an excuse to use that music and
There you go.
hear that voice.
Everyone's getting drunk and having debaucherous sex. Unable to remember the multitude of partners they had the night before. It's never been a better time for syphilis and gonorrhea.
The great social disease explosion of the 1920s. Oh, man.
It was a good time for syphilis.
All the way up through the Great Depression.
Yeah.
What's to be depressed about? That scratching feeling around your testicles.
That was the cause of the Great Depression. Everybody.
It feels as if you're peeing razor blades. That's depressing. But this little gal has some freshly brewed home beer. That'll turn your frown upside down as they rush you to the hospital with early onset dementia.
Oh.
The
But then things changed in the 1960s,
Oh my
right,
God.
Casey?
Okay, we're gonna go.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you have California Dreaming?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, Casey's just putting up these era type of music. Oh my God! All right. Anyway,
that's the next Ken Burns special.
Yeah, beer across the generation, women brewers.
The Coppola family, they have a.
Do they have a beer?
Well, they have a spirits line, and their distiller is a female.
Coppola, very successful. Is that your favorite, right? Is it not?
It's not my favorite, but I do like their wines.
All right.
So by the time, I already said this. What?
Now it's beer in the 70s.
K-Tel presents the best of the home brewer.
K-Tel.
This foxy lady knows how to get to something.
Oh, yeah.
You have to finish it out now, Casey.
Yeah, we do.
We're going to the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the best time.
Yeah.
For beer?
Yeah.
I got it.
Don't worry about it.
Are you sure?
I don't even know what I would do. For the
I don't
80s,
know what Steve would do as far as a 1980s.
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. You're getting ready for the weekend, right, Ronnie?
Nancy and I.
Right now.
Actually, we have. I did not know this, but we have a bonus guest.
What? Oh yes, one of the other stars.
Correct. Yes, I knew we were having Jack on, but we're also having Marcus on. Marcus
Yes.
Harvey is going to be joining. So, Fright Club. You can find
I
it
have
on
watched.
Travel Channel and Discovery. In fact, it's on tomorrow night. And let's just get them on board. Please welcome from Fright Club, Jack Osborne and Marcus Harvey. Gentlemen, good morning.
Hey, what's happening, guys? What's happening, Philly? What's up?
Yo, bud. We're just, doing our thing early in the morning, hanging about and getting you guys on to tell us what we can expect in this season from Fright Club. And how many shows are we expecting this time around, gentlemen?
We got 10 episodes.
10 episodes.
So 10 the first season. I enjoyed it. It's an interesting concept. You got you're all trying to shock each other with these videos. And I wanted to ask you both in this day and age, we'll start with you, Jack. Is it harder to sort of, because you're showing what are purported to be real paranormal situations on video, but is it harder and harder to find things that are not, setups and fakes, because so many people have the ability to do pretty convincing stuff?
Oh, for sure. And it is, and then that truthfully is the hardest part of the show. And because there's so much junk on the internet, you're like, oh, wow, this is cool. And then you watch it, you're like, actually, no, that's totally bunk. But the funny thing is, it's actually, whether it's bunk or not, we still have a good time.
Sure.
If someone brings something in and it's totally out of, oh, no, that's fake. We just have a lot of fun making fun of each other more than anything.
Well, and it's funny because I say like stuff that is it harder to weed out stuff that's fake? You're not even saying if you see something that looks convincing that it's legitimately a ghost. It's just it's or whatever paranormal thing. But there are things a lot of times, our cynicism for this stuff is on such a high level that again, as you say, you're having fun with it, but there were one or two in this first season, a couple of videos that I could not figure out any reasonable explanation for what I was seeing, and that's the fun of the show.
Absolutely. That's it in a nutshell.
So what is, for you both, what is the most single terrifying piece of video you've seen so far?
Oh, man.
I think for me, Jack, I would say seeing the ghost giraffe in the South. First off, I don't know how a giraffe gets in South Florida and dies and turns into a ghost in South Florida, but it happened. So that's one of the most shocking things I've seen.
Can you describe that, Marcus? And then I want to hear from Jack, too. But I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around a ghost giraffe.
Okay, so when you see a ghost giraffe, it's just translucent and it still has a long neck, so the neck doesn't get shorter; it just stays long.
Okay,
that's pretty much how it looks.
I thought I'd seen most of the episodes. I missed the ghost giraffe, but
Was that, you're talking about, Monsters, is that Shy Unique's backyard guest?
Yeah. So, and what about you, Jack?
Man, you know what? I'm trying to think. For me, what really, just boggled my mind, because I'd always just turn my nose up to it, was the Bigfoot stuff.
Right.
I was always like, no, it's some moron in a big furry costume pranking people. But the more I would see Bigfoot stuff on this show, the more I was like, all right, there's something to this. It might not be Bigfoot, but there is something to this.
Well, it's got to be wild for both of you, as we've had more and more now legitimate documentation, legitimate review from the federal government revealing, footage from the Navy and so on and so forth of what are at least UFOs. UFOs mean unidentified flying objects. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily
aliens.
Zontar from Neptune, but stuff that they're at least entertaining and in fact using verbiage like, not from Earth, or no terrestrial explanation for this. Does that give you more encouragement to say, well, if this has some roots in truth, some of this other stuff may have a little bit more than even we were thinking?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. And I think I think it's just the tip of the iceberg with the stuff that they're acknowledging. It's funny you say that. I mean, Jeremy Corbell, who's been on the forefront of pushing a lot of this information out there. He's a friend of mine, and he was texting me last night. And it's one of those things where there is, all right, if you're saying it's not aliens, then what is it? And they just can't give an explanation. So it's really compelling.
I wanted to ask you, Marcus. So the Ghost Brothers, how did you guys all get together?
Well, we just got together because we just really. Are you talking about the Ghost Brothers or with us and Jack?
Yeah. Well, the Ghost Brothers.
Okay, well, Ghost Brothers, we all started off together as just good homies, working out, just knowing each other in different fields. Me and Jawan knew each other from behind the scenes on TV sets. We both used to work in production. I'm the barber. He's a fashion guy.
Right.
Me and Dalen also, I used to be his barber. So, the relationship with your barber, you tell your barber everything. So he finally told me, I'm going to hunt ghosts. Why? Why are we hunting ghosts, dog? He said, because it's out there. They out there. So literally just came together, put the team together, and came together like Voltron. And then we added, Jack.
Jack was the missing part of Voltron.
It's like having Wolverine out of nowhere come out of and just be a Voltron. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well,
accent and everything. He's like, I'm here, guys. I'm here to save everybody. So it's always great to have Jack.
Well, Jack has a pedigree. Jack, you have a pedigree of you're a number of different paranormal shows.
Mm-hmm.
Are there more in the works? Because you seem to keep generating content in this realm.
Yeah, actually, I think fingers crossed we'll do more Portals to Hell, which my co-host is actually a Philly local. So shout out to Katrina. I hope she's listening. It's I'm always game.
Jack,
it's a fun thing to do, and I sometimes have to kick myself because I'm like, wow, this is my job, and it's kind of cool.
And you guys have poked around Philadelphia, some locations. I know you went to Fort Mifflin, maybe.
Yep. We've been to Fort Mifflin. We've done Penn State. Sorry, not Penn State.
Eastern State
Penitentiary. Yeah.
Yep.
And guys, Jack is like the DJ Khaled of paranormal shows. It's another one, and another one, and another one.
Yeah.
And another one.
No, it's true.
So anytime you can team up with Jack, you're on the winning team, baby. So I'm glad that we all are on this winning team. Even though this season I beat everybody.
Oh,
you did. You did in looks and in content.
All right, so speaking of this season and having a team, you guys will loop in some special guests and get them involved. Who are some of the names we can expect to see?
Oh wow, we had an Olympian, which was kind of cool. We had we had so many. We had something ridiculous. We had over the 10 episodes, we had something over 100 guests Come on.
Wow.
Well, we have a list
Really?
of we have Howie Mandel, Richard Lawson, Tommy Davidson,
Michaela Maroney. She was the Olympian.
Yeah. Montel Williams, Jamie Kennedy. So a whole bunch. Jamie Kennedy's another local guy. So there seems to be, every time they've done a show where there are celebrities brought into it, there seem to be a lot of quote-unquote celebrities who are intrigued by this stuff. So I assume there was really not a lot of difficulty in getting them to participate.
No, it was actually. I mean, I think it was hard to get everyone locked in just because we had such a tight window to do it all. But everyone was game, and I actually shot a special with Jamie Kennedy, so that's coming out later on in the year. So Jamie's awesome.
Yeah.
Another one. See, there you go.
Nice. Well, just giving everybody a heads up, Fright Club is on Travel Channel and Discovery Plus. You can catch that tomorrow, the second season, 10 episodes. 10 p.m. is when you'll catch that Eastern time. It's a fun show, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys on it. And Jack, if you're back in Philly sometime, ring us up, man. We'd love to have you by. Same with you, Marcus.
I was about to say, I like Philly cheesesteaks.
Excellent. We'll get you the best.
Cheesesteaks and beer. I like
Nice.
beer. Come on now. Y'all talking about beer this morning had me all ready.
We'll get you-
The beer already. You know what I'm saying? Let's
We will get you plenty. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Marcus Harvey, Jack Osborne, Fright Club. We'll see you guys soon. Nice. We'll get John Anderson on in a moment or two. Should we hang on?
Yeah, we got to hang on.
Might as well.
All right, we'll do that.
You know what, man? Can we go back? Because
school?
Let's go back to school. Marissa grabbed me audio of that pickleball in Chestnut Hill because I was curious to see how loud it actually was.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I think she went to that news story. It's just a short clip, so I don't know how loud it actually gets.
It looks pretty low on the display here. We'll see. Okay. That literally sounds like somebody going, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. Back it up. That's about like Nick level.
Yeah. But yeah, so.
Little reverb. As an ASMR guy, I kind of like
You kind of like that, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that really hollow.
Maybe there's a place up for sale in the area. Check your realtor.
Yeah, that could lull me off to sleep.
What about Nick's click alone? Would that be soothing?
No. There's too much. I hear saliva in there, and that
You want me
doesn't.
to come over and sleep with you?
No.
Cuddle up in bed?
You can hear banana in that, can't you?
Yeah, I can hear.
Of your ASMR sounds, do you have a favorite?
The go-to always coming back to is a keyboard.
Typewriter?
No, not a typewriter. An electronic keyboard.
Okay.
For a laptop, and there's various ones. There's really loud clicky ones,
right?
And there's a more quiet, kind of like what Kathy does. I love
with her nails on the keyboard.
Yeah, I love hearing her tickle.
Sometimes
her,
if you listen quietly, if there's a break in the audio, you're
very
no,
much
not
so.
anymore. Not with the new computer.
And I like that. Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's clicky.
It doesn't click.
But then Marissa's keyboard in there when she's working on the Vox Pro, that one's really loud.
Yeah.
And I like that.
It's like what about when you go to the airport and they're like, the classic Zoolander changing your flight information.
Those are great. Yep. I love that.
Yeah.
What about
No, that was from the other movie with Ben Stiller, The Parents.
Meet the Parents.
Meet the Parents, yeah. That's
Oh, right, yes, that was
where he meets the parents.
You know the one where he meets the parents?
Pacific Rim.
Yes, thank God.
Defaulted to
Sensibility.
Zoolander, yeah.
What about the sound of car tires on a gravel road?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's nice, too. Do you like that?
I do.
Okay.
In fact, I heard it, and I was like, Preston probably loves this.
Okay. You know what else I like?
What?
The sound of a hot air balloon when they turn on the...
Oh, you like that, huh?
I'm going to tell you about the Philly Balloon and Music Festival. That was just my segue.
It's a segue, yeah.
Good.
Because we have a moment or two. Actually, it looks like John Anderson is calling up right now. But we are giving away tickets for this event. We have 4 packs of tickets, and you text the word secret to 39333. Are we calling him or is he calling us? We're calling him.
calling each other?
All right, so I'll tell you a little bit about this. So it's going on this weekend, and the event takes place between July 1st and the 4th at Ludwig's Corner Horse Show Grounds in Glenmore. And in addition to the more than 40 hot air balloons,
That's
they have
pretty wild.
Live music, car show, bounce houses, fireworks, hay rides, food trucks, beer and wine available, and all that stuff. It starts as early as 6 a.m. They have a mass sunrise balloon ascension.
Oh, wow.
While the schedule of events varies during the festival, the afternoons and evenings are full of live entertainment. And then once the sun sets, and this is what I want to see, they have the nighttime hot air balloon ascension known as the balloon glow. Because at night, when they hit the burners
Everything
on those
glows,
things, the whole thing lights up. Looks so cool.
It's like
And-
Pacific Rim.
And then they then they have fireworks on July 4th. And it says here in celebration of the holiday.
This is a Independence Day.
Yeah,
So
that's why.
This looks great. I've always actually wanted to go to something like this. Because when you see a bunch of those hot air balloons, and especially at night, Preston, that's got to be something to behold.
Yep. So on July 4th, there's a car show from noon to 3. And then as far as the hot air balloons go, tethered rides are an option for those who don't want to stray far from the ground.
Those are fun.
Or you can enjoy watching mass balloon ascensions from down below with your feet on the ground. For those who have a little more adventure, they have the sunrise and sunset untethered balloon rides. You can purchase those, a balloon flight ticket, and you can actually go and take off and ride.
And that, too, that was one of the...
Steve and I did it.
It was a great experience,
It was
man.
so cool.
Yeah.
It was, at first, I don't know about you, but I was terrified.
Well, when they went up like 1,000 feet.
Like shot straight up to 1,000 feet pretty damn quick.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're literally in a wicker basket.
Yeah.
And you're like, is this thing going to hold? Of course it is. It's going to hold thousands of pounds. But
once you know that, once you realize, okay, we're good, then you have a blast.
Yeah, exactly. And once you settle down, then it was amazing. And then the pilot did this thing called contour flying, where he brought us down, and we went in the fall time, so the leaves were off of the trees, and you could see wildlife underneath really, really well, running around deer and foxes and things like that.
Because it's so quiet as it's cruising along, it's not disrupting anything.
And you could, they would go along the tree line, and the basket would actually kind of touch the treetops. They had such precision where they could bring it to a specific altitude. And not only that, since we were in the fall, we were like thinking we're going to have to bundle up, wear jackets.
No,
they're like, you don't have to, because we're going with the wind. The wind is carrying us. We are not going any faster than the wind or slower. We're going at the same speed. And it was as still as you can imagine.
Right.
You're going with it.
It's hard to understand that, but you don't have that percent. And so you are floating, and as you're seeing all the wildlife. We got to watch, Preston, the deer and the antelope play. Do you remember that?
Play together. It was like being at home on the range, to be honest.
Absolutely.
While we were there. And that was in Chester County as well. This is just beautiful rolling hills.
This is probably a dumb question, but do you need a license to fly a
I assume you
balloon?
have to be rated at least at some level.
They call them pilots.
Yeah.
And I would assume if you're going to do anything in the air like that, the FAA is going to want you to be... The FAA, as we in the business call it, are going to want you to have some type of minimum experience, Casey. So
Okay.
But you know what? I'm answering.
You would have to know. I assume that you have to be licensed in some way. Yeah, I mean, it would only make sense because obviously there are risks. You have to know a little bit.
I am speaking out of my butt, though.
Yeah.
No, you do need something because there's those. I forget what those other ones are. That kind of look like wings. They just
ultralight,
like a glider.
Gliders,
Some sort. Is it called a glider?
It's called a glider.
So they need some sort of certification as well. So I would imagine that a hot air balloon, you have to have something.
Wait, are you talking about the planes that have really long wings?
Planes or no? It's like a glider. Like the person is hanging from it.
Oh no! You're talking about like an ultralight or a
No.
A hang glider.
Well, there's
yes,
hang gliders and.
So you must have a minimum of 35 hours as a pilot. 20 hours must be in a hot air balloon.
Okay.
All right.
Well, anyhow, that event is going on this weekend. We have a chance for you to win those tickets. So text word secret to 39333. Our guest is on the line.
This is very cool.
He's going to be performing at the Keswick Theater on July 20th. Huge fans here at WMMR in Philadelphia. I think a few years ago, they officially made it like Yes Day in Philadelphia. I remember that. So the band Yes has strong ties to this city. And he's, an inductee or into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
That induction ceremony was great. And going to be performing Close to the Edge 50th Anniversary Tour locally. So please welcome from the band, Mr. John Anderson to the program. John, good morning, sir.
Morning. How are you doing, you guys?
We are doing wonderful. It is an honor to speak to you. I've been a fan for a long, long time.
Thank you so much, WMMR.
Hey, listen, John, one of the things, the reason that I found out about the show coming to town, or one of the reasons I did is I was, there's this incredibly wonderful singer. She's a very young gal. Her name is Isabel Gottfried. And I know her through a charity event that I do, and she comes out and sings the national anthem every year and has this amazing voice. And I was talking to her just a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, so what are you doing as far as the singing goes? And she's like, oh, I'm doing this tour thing with John Anderson. I'm like, John Anderson? Like, yes, John Anderson? And she's like, yeah. And then I found out you have this really tie-in with young musicians that are involved in the Paul Green Rock Academy that perform with you. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I know Isabella's coming on tour, which is great. She's a great singer.
Yeah.
20 years ago, I was in a show with Yes at Philadelphia Forum, I think it was. And was it the Forum or the Spectrum?
The
I can't
Spectrum.
remember. Spectrum. Anyway, after the show, I came out and there was about 15 kids with School of Rock T-shirts, and I thought, hello, who's these kids, you know? And they all said hi very nicely, and then Paul Green came over and introduced himself. This is 20 years ago, to be exact, and said, these kids play great rock and roll, would you come and work with them? I said, not really. No. So 2 weeks later, he sent me a cassette of them playing Heart of the Sunrise, and it blew my mind.
Wow.
It really did. It was so beautifully done. And the following week, they were going to be in Los Angeles. They created a documentary about themselves. And would I get up and sing with them? I said, yeah. So I went into L.A. and sang with them. And then that continued with me coming to Philadelphia in late January of all times. Bloody freezing. I was there with about 15 young teenagers, and we were getting on very well. And we actually started doing some shows in and around Philadelphia, New York, and in fact Pittsburgh. And that was the beginning. And over the years, we've actually done more tours on the West Coast even, and even did one show which was unbelievable. These are teenagers, and they've been begging me to do Awaken in the show. I said, no, let's just stay where we are. We know what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And then the last show we did on the West Coast, we actually said, okay, let's just do Awaken, no rehearsal. You say you know it. And it was so beautiful. It was amazing. My wife, Jane, was standing on the table, and there was hundreds of people just going crazy on it. So that was years ago. And break up until last August, Paul got in touch with me, and he said, I've got now the Academy of Rock. I said, let's do it. So we went on tour. And earlier this year, he said, well, let's go on again. So we actually went down to Florida, and I said, why don't we do Close to the Edge? Because these guys can play the damn thing.
Yeah.
And we had the best time, and so it's the 50th anniversary of the Close to the Edge album, so we're doing the whole album on tour now. And we're going to come and play in Philadelphia there later in July. So to be with young people is so brilliant. First of all, they're very, very happy, very joyful, and very grateful. So you can't beat that, you know.
Well, you know, it's an interesting thing because I'll see Yes album cover T-shirts being worn by teenagers and people, I guess, who have discovered the music. It's just Yes is, I think, becoming one of those bands that is on the and perhaps what you're doing with these younger musicians and singers is part of it. But do you sense that it's now cracking that age group and being rediscovered?
Well, again, you're working with young teenagers who can play the music, for one thing, and want to play it. And I think that, thank God, we got Paul Green around, people like that want to instill the classic period of time, which was called prog rock. It's still great music. It still survives. So it really works for me, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, I wanted to, and Preston had commented, we were talking about having you on and how excited we are to have you on, and that your voice is incredibly durable. It sounds fantastic. And what are you technically? Are you like an alto tenor, I guess?
Soprano, maybe.
The alto tenor.
Okay.
Alto tenor. Ta-da.
Right. So, but I mean, do you think that has sort of enabled you to keep a tremendous amount of your vocal capabilities intact? Just simply that register?
Well, I'd actually watch, singers, especially opera singers, getting better by the time they're 60 and 70 sometimes. And I'm now in my late 70s, and I'm still singing as good as I ever sang, in my mind, And I just love singing. I think that's part of the trick, is to just enjoy what you do.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. So the show that's going to be at the Keswick, you sort of described it a little bit. What else can we expect?
Well, I like the idea of mashing up other bands' music into a Yes song. So we do Zeppelin's Kashmir, that's a long distance run around, and we do Lenny Kravitz's song, whatever it's called, and with Zeppelin's Starship Trooper. It's just a lot of fun making music with musicians can just turn around and start playing just like that.
Right.
Really. And they're brilliant. They're seriously good, or I wouldn't do it. I'm not silly.
John, you've had this experience now with these young musicians for the past 20 years or so, but it's been within the past, I don't know, 10 years or more that with YouTube and social media and these young musicians getting on and showing that they can play these complex pieces of music, like bands like yourself and like Pink Floyd and Rush and all these progressive bands, which growing up for me, I consider to be the finest technical musicians alive. But these kids, teens, even sub-teens, are able to pull this stuff off. And it makes me believe that, there have always been these virtuoso musicians out there. We just never really were able to see them as well. But it's pretty... Aren't you amazed at the talent that is out there?
Yeah, I just got to push them to the front and say, look, it's showbiz.
Yeah.
Kick it out there, because some of these guys, they're teenagers, they're 16, 17 years old, and they're just playing so damn good. And all they need to learn is a little bit of stage presence, and they started doing that. And it helps them and makes them feel good about what they do. And you wonder what they're going to be doing in 5 years' time, 10 years' time with other musicians, growing up so early with some classic music,
I wanted to ask you, John, you mentioned Led Zeppelin, and, there was a lot of Tolkien imagery. Lord of the Rings ended up in that music, and I know that Yes was inspired a lot, as are you, by literary works, classic literary works. What ends up in what do you turn to in literature to fuel your songwriting?
Wow, that's a question. Generally, what I started reading in those very early days, along with Tolkien, was a lady called Vera Stanley Alder, The Finding of the Third Eye, The Initiation of the World, things like that. Kind of interesting that people try to study how the world came about, why it came about, and what it's all about is, just the general feeling that the idea of traveling into Mars and future times are just going to be amazing. I'm a very big reader of Michio Kaku. You can find him on YouTube talking about the most extraordinary things that we're going to be doing in the next 20, 30 years. And I really believe there's a great future ahead.
That's good. We like hearing that.
John, when people do ask you about some of those songs of the big hits that people know, wondering what it's about, what that song was about, which ones do you get asked about usually?
All of them.
All of them.
I know. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You write out of the top of your head about what you think is happening in your heart and your soul.
Right.
And that's what you sing about. That's what you write about. And I just stay in that sort of lane of discovery. I love the idea that life is a total discovery and the future is right here in our pathways, and everything's going to happen for us in every which way we want to do. Actually, I've got to put out a big shout out to the plane crew from Philadelphia who picked us up along with 250 people in Dallas. We were flying from Dallas to Philadelphia, and our plane was held up for 6 hours And we waited till midnight that night. It's only 2 days ago. And the crew that came to save us was a crew from Philadelphia, American Airways. God bless you.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, everyone here is excited to see the show, which will be at the Keswick Theater July 20th. It's a 50th anniversary tour of Close to the Edge. That's
my
hard
God.
to believe.
Yeah.
But amazing music and local musicians involved in this as well, too. So it's easy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Great talent up there. Please come and see the show. You'll have the best time ever.
Excellent. John, we love you. Thank you for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Wish you well, you guys. Take care.
Excellent. John Anderson, guys. Yes, he's awesome. And was watching videos this morning of him with the Paul Green Rock Academy young students pulling off these incredibly difficult time signatures. And I mean, some of that stuff was just super duper complex and cool. And John's voice sounds wonderful.
Well, you made a good point, there's a correlation to, for example, Steely Dan for years couldn't really tour because they had used the best of the best studio musicians, and they couldn't find people who could play that out and about. And so what happened is they sort of fed into young music students who were learning it and got good at it, so that allowed them to go out and start playing in front of audiences.
Yep.
And yes, is certainly massively complex.
Absolutely. So tickets available through Keswick Theater. You can go to keswicktheater.com. That show is July 20th. All right. Let us take a break and return with some stories from the Bizarre File for you. We'll do that in a moment. Stay with us.
Music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question, which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs?
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs? All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
he can,
Interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cock. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of,
he does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got
okay.
a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa.
Marissa.
It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the scores remain the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick,
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is?
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie. We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there or something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over.
Yeah,
Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago? You're
15,
you're
16.
an adult man.
I know. Here I am.
Oh my
I'm
God.
confessing it right now.
Now, don't
that
say.
was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I.
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like
We
on a
almost killed
mortar,
people.
and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope.
Maybe.
That never happened. Nope. I think there was another
You
show. I
come
think
to
it was
any of our
Barsky.
events, park far away.
I regret it. I should. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen.
Not really.
What are you going to buy him a
should
new car
listen.
15
I
years
heard what
later?
you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah. What would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't
That's
mean
o-
to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What what percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope. It's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007.
Nope. Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep. So Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive. Stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, now I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that
Yeah.
are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry
Eyes. What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of? Come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes, you had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right,
And then there was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as
And
well.
that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And
Yeah,
it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they
Yeah.
were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say,
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different
I
one?
wanna know
if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Maybe it's a new job, or maybe it's, I don't know. Yeah, that sucks.
He can, yeah.
You can quit.
You can quit.
You can go ahead and quit.
You can listen on your streaming device, your radio. You can YouTube as well.
A few different things.
You can keep taking quote unquote smoke breaks.
Just slip out.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can on Instagram. You can just check our, the highlights of the Daily Rush video or whatever, and get your fix. That'll help you get through the day. But nonetheless, you can podcast this afterwards. So hang in there, bud.
That's the way to go. Yeah.
All right, we do have bizarre files, stories to share. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Buy a new cooling and heating system from Horizon Services and get up to $1,000 back. And Horizon will install that new system as soon as tomorrow, or it's free. And you can book online in seconds at horizoneasybook.com. Atlanta police are investigating a shooting. Left one woman dead, another in critical condition at a Metro Atlanta subway store. The reason for the shooting? Too much mayonnaise on the sandwich.
Oh, my God.
Somebody's dead and somebody's in critical condition. Atlanta police responded to a Circle K gas station to calls about a shooting. When they arrived, they learned 2 female employees had been shot after a dispute about the amount of mayonnaise on a customer's Subway sandwich. Police said the woman who was killed was 26 years old. A 24-year-old employee was shot in front of her 5-year-old son and is now in critical condition.
Do you consider how many murders you reported on or attacks, assaults over condiments and fast food? It's insane.
A relative said that the victim was hit twice after she pushed her son under the counter to keep him from being hurt. A co-owner of the Subway said that a third worker shot at the gunman. And Willie Glenn said he didn't hit the guy, but he put up a little fight. A 36-year-old man has since been arrested. Police have not identified him. There was something wrong with the sandwich, police said, that made him so upset, and he decided to take his anger out on the 2 employees here. Atlanta police officers said that this was a case of someone with a gun who didn't know how to resolve conflict without resorting to violence.
I'd say so.
Messed up.
Yeah, horrible.
All right, we need a palate cleanser. The video of this is hilarious. A large, friendly black dog wanted all the attention and pets during a national women's soccer game between Chile and Venezuela.
It's so cute.
During the game in La Granja Stadium, the dog ran onto the field and then demanded belly rubs from the Chilean goalkeeper referee. Like it laid down and it's like, shows his stomach, like, come on.
Yeah, every time.
Give me some love here.
Yeah.
And so the crowd cheered as the dog ran across the field. A Chilean player managed to pick up the friendly pup and carry it off so that the game could resume. All right, I don't think this is our local Lansdale, but a Lansdale woman has been charged with indecent exposure after she was allegedly found walking without any clothes on from the waist down. Police were dispatched for a report of a female walking semi-nude with no clothing from the waist down. She was porky pigging it.
Yep. Okay.
Dispatch reported multiple people had called about the woman, and once outside, police reported multiple bystanders pointing towards the female who was ultimately located.
Ma'am, you have some liverware stuck to your privates.
Oh, my God.
That's all, folks.
The woman was identified from prior police contact as 35-year-old Gloria Harple. Police said Harple initially stated she had taken off her pants and thrown them down a storm drain, though she later made different statements regarding what happened to her pants, including that snakes had eaten them.
God, those goddamn pants-eating snakes. You know, I was wondering, Preston, initially we had this conversation about what to do when you're in a crisis situation and there's no toilet paper in the stall. And I was wondering if this might have been
an incident like that. She was just too embarrassed, so she came up with the snake
right,
story.
The snakes ate my clothing.
The report describes Harple as sweating profusely with
Because she was lying about the snakes.
Constricted pupils, and adds that she was making nonsensical outbursts.
I meant beavers.
Yeah.
In addition to the indecent exposure charge, she's charged with summary counts of public drunkenness and disorderly conduct. In England, a council meeting was dramatically interrupted when a senior police officer dashed from the room because he had to chase down a suspected shoplifter who was outside. The alleged thief was spotted running away with goods from the Iceland store. Inspector Sean Flavel had been fielding questions from counselors at Monday's meeting when the man ran down the road with a staff member in hot pursuit, and the inspector just said, "Look after my stuff." He dropped everything and then ran. The counselor, Lisa Smart, who was chairing the committee, said, "I do not recall anything like that happening during a council meeting before." Before being called into
I've got
action,
to go enforce the law. Watch my stuff. My stuff.
Inspector Flavel had been answering questions about the potential for a community speedwatch scheme.
Flavel, this is Lieutenant Flavin.
Police said that the alleged offender dropped the stolen goods and no arrests.
Well, that's commitment.
Been made. Yes. Yeah. He saw they needed to do it. Here's another story out of the UK. A pilot averted disaster by spotting Peppa Pig walking across a busy runway. The jet pilot,
I thought that thing was fictitious,
contacted air traffic control after touching down at Manchester Airport to report, "We've got a Peppa Pig balloon on the runway." The 3-foot pink inflatable could have caused damage to passenger jets if it had been sucked into an engine, so emergency crews raced for around 15 minutes to catch it. Plane spotter Glenn Ramsey captured the dramatic moment on camera while watching planes land with his son Ollie from the airport's viewing park. He said, we couldn't believe it. The balloon had legs on it, so it actually looked like Peppa Pig was walking across the runway.
We're looking at it. It does kind of look like a real thing.
Yeah, it was crossing the pilot's path,
That's a Peppa Pig.
which is what caused him to make the radio call. It definitely could have caused some damage if it caught in the engine. By the way, they mentioned plane spotters. Do you think we have those out here?
I would imagine,
like
right?
in Philly that
Yeah.
hang out at the airport and watch the planes land and take off?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they do.
Yeah,
right?
there's a specific spot that you can.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kathy's there all the time.
No, but that you can.
Mifflin, right?
Yeah, you can stand there and like the planes are like, oh, you're right by the runway, so you're getting them right as they land.
When I go to the airport to pick somebody up or drop somebody off, if I have extra time and I'm parking, I will go up on the roof, I will park, and I will get out, and I will just watch those things come in and leave sometimes. It's pretty cool.
Do you remember the time we were at Fort Mifflin? I think we were setting up for one of our haunted excursions.
Yeah.
And we happened, the flight path was directly there. I mean, not that you could touch them, but you felt as if you could reach up and touch them as they were coming
right
over.
over.
Yeah, right over.
It looked like you could definitely throw a rock up there and hit him if you wanted to. So
we were all dressed as Peppa Pig. Do you remember?
I remember it fondly. It was pre-Peppa Pig fame. Like we were ahead
That's
of the
right.
curve.
We were really ahead of the curve.
That's all we have time for. That's the bizarre file for you. But Kathy is going to titillate you with a number caller right now.
Word.
For the secret text word. Kathy, titillate.
10.
All right, caller number 10.
Sand.
All right, 215-263 WMMR, and let's see if you know the secret text word.
10.
Call now, call number 10, and we'll grab a random texter as well. Come back with lesson, question, trash, and music news. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just try not to move.
Don't move, this hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
What did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is
I
his
think he was
name,
a
and
singer.
I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he
He
may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas
It's
casino.
uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
To one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You're probably doing
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot,
Yes.
and I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons,
Yep,
and now
she's-
they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah. So she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
Upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off
okay,
the aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language.
Chitingpa.
But is that I love you?
Chitingpa. I love you. I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery.
Chitingpa.
So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's that's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Tell Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck you.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them flesh. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnov stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe we don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So, Stalin question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets as we present the show with Bill Burr, who will be performing at Wells Fargo Center on September 16th. So the question I think we have to go this morning is, what movie was Ron Perlman in? 215-263-WMMR. And it's not just one of his movies. There's one in particular, and if you've been listening, then you know what it is. All right. What movie was Ron Perlman in? 215-263-WMMR. Come on, give us a call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech waterproofing solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So do it. Go to drytechcorp.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Ethan Hawke and Pedro Pascal are set to star in director Pedro Almodovar's answer to Brokeback Mountain. The movie reportedly focuses on a, quote, forbidden relationship between two aging cattlemen and will be called Rim Job Ranch.
Oh, my God.
Pretty wild.
God.
Dakota Johnson addressing the rumors of a feud with her 50 Shades co-star Jamie Dornan, saying they are incredibly close. Fanning tells Vanity Fair that it's impossible not to develop a special bond with someone when you're spending 12 hours a day with them teabagging you.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. And finally, this is pretty wild. 67-year-old John Hinckley Jr. issues an apology to Jodie Foster during his first televised interview since attempting to assassinate President Reagan. Hinckley also says that now that he's no longer mentally ill, he has time to focus on his soon-to-be wife, Tatum O'Neal. Oh, wow. And that's your Hollywood Show.
All righty. We shall see if we can find an answer to this question. What movie was Ron Perlman in? 215-263 WMMR is the number. And it looks like we're going to go to TJ for the answer. Hey, TJ, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. All right. What was the movie Ron Perlman was in?
Is it Trouble with the Family Back East?
No, that's not the one we were looking for. Sorry, bud.
Close.
Is that a movie he was in? I have no idea. All right. No, it's like I said, you had to have heard it earlier this morning in order to get what we were talking about. I'm going to go to Shauna. Hey, Shauna.
Hello.
Hi, Shauna. Do you know the answer?
I do. Is it Sense and Sensibility?
No.
It's close.
No.
It's close.
Kathy had mentioned that around that time, but that is not the one that we are referring to. And we will go next to Dan to see if we can get an answer. Hey, Dan.
Oh, we freaking lost.
Dan?
Oh my God.
I thought I heard him for a second there.
We did, but our phone lines are doing this funny thing. It's a joke. Where they drop out of nowhere.
Oh, my God. It's hilarious. So funny? I love it. Yeah, we've been having issues.
That's a great feature, by the way.
Phones for a few weeks now.
Yeah.
And that really sucks. But
kind of phone-driven show.
Our friends are working on it. Our engineering friends are working on it. But unfortunately, it's the phone company that's having the problem. So, all right. Let's try Megan then. Hey, Megan.
Hello.
Hello. Megan, what movie was Ron Perlman in?
Pacific Rim.
Hang on, Megan. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as the Preston and Steve Show presents Bill Burr Slight Return on Friday, September 16th, Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All righty. It is brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. The only way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made with real grapes. And the only way to get it is at Jersey Mike's because authentic ingredients make a sub above. Set for release July 8th exclusively at independent record stores is the expanded version of Pearl Jam's 2020 album Gigaton with an entire bonus disc of the album performed live. The new tour edition of the set features all 11 of the album's tunes the band have tackled live, culled from their fall 2021 performances at the See Here Now Festival on the Jersey Shore and Eddie Vedder's Ohana Festival in California. Spin.com posted the songs are presented in a different order than on Gigaton, with Superblood Wolf Moon opening the disc and Whoever Said moving from the 1st to 9th spot in the running order. The song Comes Then Goes is not present, as the band has yet to perform it live for unknown reasons. Pearl Jam's 10 Club fan organization will get the jump at ordering the live discs as a standalone item. Pearl Jam is currently on tour in Europe. They perform tomorrow in Belgium at the Rock Werchter Festival. Their next North American date is set for September 1st. They'll be in Quebec City.
They're huge in Belgium.
Oh, are they?
No, it's from singles.
Oh.
We're huge in Belgium.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that would play. I wonder if he throws that line out there.
Citizen Dick.
Yeah, when they go there. Touch me on Dick. Well, is it Paul Stanley getting caught apparently lip syncing during Kiss' June 6th gig in Antwerp, Belgium? They're big in Belgium.
Kiss is big in Belgium.
Wasn't bad enough. Kiss is once again the laughing stock of their detractors. Classic Rock reported that the embarrassing mistake that took place on Sunday at the Stadthalle in concert in Vienna, Austria. And according to an article, it said at the end of the band set, the production people did what they normally do. They flashed up a message on the screens thanking fans for their attendance and said, "We love you, Vienna." So far, so good. But the ultimate faux pas was, it said, well, that was the plan. What they actually did was thank fans for their attendance with the KISS logo set against the Australian flag.
Oh, man, really?
That's the Australia that's on the other side of the world from Austria.
I might have taken that as a joke, an intentional joke, were I in that audience.
I love this. The person who wrote the article wrote 2 extra letters, but so much distance. So, yeah, that was oops on their part.
Does any footage exist of that Paul Stanley?
I haven't seen any of when the lip syncing thing happens, so the backing track.
Gene Simmons had made a thing about castigating bands that use, click tracks and stuff like that.
We do have that audio somewhere around here.
Oh?
Yeah, because when did that happen? Was that last week?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
We were talking about it last week.
I'm
I got to figure out. I think
surprised.
lip syncing, we have that.
I mean, it'd be a visual thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. It's hard to tell what's going on with
Sounds
that audio, but yeah.
I'm filming it with my phone.
All right, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. Def Leppard are in the beauty business. The Rockers have released a line of makeup.
Ooh, Kathy.
Makeup brushes, cosmetic cases, and candles.
Okay.
The Def Leppard X Rock and Roll Beauty collaboration is available exclusively at Ulta stores.
Oh, well, that's actually pretty good. For Def Leppard, though?
Actually, people going to buy it?
Yeah.
The products in the line are cool.
Could anyone dissuade you from using the Slayer stuff you use now?
The products in the line are cruelty-free and vegan products and range in prices from $9 to $20. Most of the products come in eye-catching packaging featuring Def Leppard's logo and album cover art from their new project, Diamond Star Halos, which was released in May.
Oh, there's a cool cassette tape cosmetic bag.
That's really nice.
It's cute.
What if it turned out to be like the greatest cosmetic products ever made?
Right?
And it's got the Def Leppard branding on it.
Some sugar on me.
There's when I get up in the morning, sometimes commercials run on regular schedules.
Yeah.
And when I'm getting in the shower at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a tea. I think it's Pure Leaf tea. That it's pour low sugar for me.
Yes.
I'm like, all right, fellas. That time in your career, you just make those extra bucks. Go for it, man. Pour low sugar on me.
People were raving about the show over the weekend.
Yeah?
Def Leppard and Jackie Bam Bam was going nuts. Sarah Parker said it was amazing. And it was 2 years of build up for this for that concert. But apparently it was just a great time.
Oh, that's cool.
I've seen them several times. This is a great show.
Yeah.
Half of the majority of the songs and
it's
you
all
sing
hits,
along
right?
to them. Yeah. And they've got it down to a science. They know how to make it happen. So, all right. And then one last thing is a Daily Rush video that I want to mention, and it's Everclear. The full 3-song set and interview.
That was a lot of fun.
Art Alexakis told some amazing stories about writing songs, dealing with the record industry, and said some really nice things about WMMR. If you want to be the first to see the new Daily Rush, just subscribe to our YouTube channel. And it is sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at xfinity.com. Giggity. Giggity. All right, there you go.
I don't know why that cracks me up, but it does.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, wrap it up, and Pierre Robert will be here. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Seville.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's enough. That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh,
on
she's
her?
a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Left, right, left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing eye dog?
Nick just
oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days. So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
There's one
it's
kinda
the one way out where
I
we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
She didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Choppa-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know?
Viral is, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit, but some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice.
That's
We're
a thing?
watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is, Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing
I don't
shade.
know.
They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've been
flip is the only
flipping
thing
my
that
hair
was
like
legit,
that since high school.
right?
Yeah.
I
It's like a
it all.
stupid, you're drunk, flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a thing.
It's just said the original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by 2 rejoinder thingies.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna
because
cut it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We have something for you.
We do.
But let's do the letter of the day first, and then we'll reveal that. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
O, as in outrageous.
Yes. All right, we have two more letters to go, giving away a father-daughter road trip to the shore package, including a $600 Airbnb gift card, a $100 Wawa gift card for gas, and a $50 Acme gift card for snacks. This is from Don't Make Me Go, starring John Cho, as a single father who takes an unforgettable cross-country road trip with his reluctant teenage daughter. They discover new levels of their love and the unexpected twists and turns that life has in store. It's available on Amazon Prime Video on Friday, July 15th, and that is rated R, so we'll give that away. That prize away on Friday. Now, I don't know what this is, but Nick says he has something for you.
Yeah, so there's two bits of setup. Years ago, you did an appearance on television, I believe it was Fox 29, to promote Star Trek. And you've long lamented that the outfit that you wore didn't fit you quite properly. But you love Star Trek, and so you gladly did the promotion. There's a listener named Brian Carlisle. He's a great guy. He sent all of us a few things over the years. And he thought of you specifically for this PR. It's a nice gesture, so I'm just going to give it to you, and you can describe what it is.
All right. Nick is reaching into a bag and pulling out a Star Trek Spock. Is this the upper uniform?
Yes.
It's like a costume.
So because you're in much better shape now than you were when you did that promo, he figures you can wear it again, but look better while you're doing it. Also, he sent you a whole bunch of tribbles.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
From the Trouble with Tribbles.
And included in the package is tribble poop. So,
my God.
He figured as a Star Trek fan, you would appreciate it. You'd look better this time around, and you can have a little bit of fun with tribbles.
Nick, can I have a tribble?
You
throw one
betcha.
over to
Are
me?
they edible?
Here we go.
The poop?
No.
Yes, they are. They're candy.
That's what I'm thinking. It's candy poop or
Yeah,
something.
it's yummy root beer flavored candy.
You want some, Kathy?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
No, you cannot avoid the trek.
This tribble has a skirt on it.
Yeah, that's not a true tribble.
And it's got a WMMR button on it.
Oh,
too.
now
It's
I
got a little
see.
tie-dye on it,
Neat.
too.
Yeah, a little tie-dye skirt.
Very nice.
That makes sense now.
Oh, you can take these off. Okay. That's
This
cute.
is incredibly nice. Brian, thank you so much.
That
The
is
Trouble
wonderful.
with Tribble was a great episode.
Yeah.
Steve and I have been discussing the newest Star Trek, which is Strange New Worlds.
Which is
Just brilliant.
Do you love it?
Yeah, I love it.
It's my favorite of the current iterations.
Yeah.
It has the feel of the original Star Trek, which I love.
Yeah, it's so cool. And it's got the Enterprise.
Yes.
I just
looking
love,
better than it's ever looked.
I love the Enterprise. I love it. What are you throwing that
I was
Tribble
trying to
away
get the
for?
trouble in the box over there.
Oh, you're trying to get trouble
It's your
with the
box
Tribble?
of tribbles.
Get out of trouble.
I think
get
that was
yourself a Tribble.
Grateful Dead song.
That could be a dead
Box
song.
full of
Box
tribbles.
of tribbles. Box full of tribbles.
Oh, Sugar Mag Tribble. All right.
There it is.
Wow. And Tribble poop on top. Program today. We'll get in trouble, but there'll be no tribbles. But we will have Van Halen and Linkin Park and a block of Triumph.
Somebody was just texting about Triumph earlier this morning. Nick, did you see that
I
earlier?
did, yeah. And
Triumph is great.
It was just weird. Great timing on your part, Pierre, because they just were asking us to play some, but now they're going to have it on your show.
If you find their name, I will add them to
It's
the
a
letters I already
D'Amico.
Yeah, Chuck and I are some of the big Triumph fans around
We will
here.
fight the power.
Love it.
And that'll be fun. And speaking of twirling, I have a pair of Dead and Company tickets at Pierre's Good Citizens Park on July 10th. So we'll have some fun.
Love it. All right, I got to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors, Acme. Official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts, the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And by Polar Seltzer. Why be flat when you can sparkle? Tomorrow's program, a Thursday, we will have Robert Irvine on the program. We will celebrate Ann Gorski's actual birthday.
How amazing.
Not May the Gorski with you. The actual birthday is tomorrow. And Casey and I are on our way out the door right now. We are headed to Independence Mall. It is Wawa Hoagie Day. Come and join us today.
Awesome.
Noon to 2 for all the festivities. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.